talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson Gay, right, all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
We get to talk other sports, basketball, football will be on the menu as well, tennis on the menu as well, boxing on the menu as well, Formula One on the menu as well. We'll dissect all that because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours to do all that, and then by 3 p.m. we'll have a blessing coming to give you guys everything that has to do with European football, as we've got lots of fixtures to discuss, lots of fixtures to dissect, lots of fixtures to look at from the European side of things. Football is back in the English Premier League by 2 p.m. It's going to be Brighton against Aston Villa. Manchester City will begin their Premier League campaign under Enzo Maresca when they take on Bournemouth by 2 p.m. Liverpool as well will begin their campaign under Iraola when they take on Newcastle. And then in the Spanish La Liga, Atletico Madrid will take on Villarreal. Getafe will take on Racing Club, and then Barcelona will begin their title defense when they take on Elche. In the Italian Serie A, it's going to be Frosinone against Juventus by 5:30. By 5:30, also Venezia will take on Lecce. By 7:45, it's going to be Atalanta against Sassuolo. By 7:45 as well, we'll have Torino against AC Milan. In the French Ligue 1, it's going to be Angers against Lille, Le Havre against AS Monaco, and then Paris Saint-Germain will take on Stade Rennais. Yeah, so those are the fixtures we've got for you today from the top 5 leagues in Europe. So you can expect lots of action, and yes, I will read out the results as the matches do go on. We will read out the results as the matches do go on. Give you guys updates on what's happening across the top 5 leagues in Europe, and also give you guys updates. The Dutch Grand Prix will be starting soon. Now, some have called it the final race, the final lap, as we'll be saying goodbye to the Dutch Grand Prix for obvious reasons, or say financial reasons. Yes, I've done a lot of talking, so it's time to introduce my analyst with me. He is the demigod in the world of sports, ready to add his own season and spice and everything nice to the show this afternoon. Osas, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
To you, a very good afternoon to you, Ovie Wallace, and good afternoon to the city of Port Harcourt. As well said, I'm here to add my own spice, my alternate spice, yes, to everything we're going to be talking today. It's a beautiful, cold, once more cold Sunday afternoon in the city of Port Harcourt, and we're here to dissect everything happening in the world of sports. In a couple of minutes from now, call that 50 minutes from now, we'll have the second half of the Formula One season for the 2026 season return to our screens. It's Zandvoort, that's in the Dutch Grand Prix, the home ground or home country of Red Bull's Max Verstappen. Is he going to thump it up? But I looked at the qualifiers as well as the grid standing for the start of the Dutch Grand Prix, and I couldn't find Max Verstappen amongst the top 5. He had a poor practice session, and that's the reason why he's nowhere close to the pole position, or call that starting position on the grid right there. So it's a very, very entertaining weekend in the world of sports. It's definitely going to be an entertaining show. We'll talk a lot. We've got from the Nigerian scene already. I'm seeing the Nigerians, the Tigers, getting set for what's going to be taking place in Berlin, in Germany. That's talking about the FIBA Women's World Cup. We also have the Tigers trying out their hands in that final phase of qualification for the FIBA Men's World Cup. So it's a lot in the hands for, would I want to say, Musa Kida led MBBF at this point, but yeah, it is still Musa Kida's led MBBF. In a couple of months, we'll know if he's still going to be there or he would take his leave, because it's all about tenure expiration there. We still have a lot to talk about from the Athletics Federation. Not forgetting, this is not football this time, but it's still ringing in the air what's happening there with the Nigerian Football Federation. But it's good to be here with your Wallace. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday to everyone out there listening to our voices at this point, and let's get the show on the road.
Yes, you've heard it from us as we will be bringing the season and spice. Yes, I am of your Wallace, the sports chef. I will be handling all that. We've got a sweet and interesting lineup for you. All the delicacies you can find anywhere you want: intercontinental, you want continental, you want local, I've got it all prepared for you. You want traditional, I've got it all prepared for you on the menu this afternoon. So you can also join us via the feedback platform. For the SMS and the WhatsApp posted is 0701 933 9962. For the phone line is 0810 951 0951. Hey, you can also catch us live on YouTube at Today951FM, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X. You can follow us at TodayFM951. Hey, we're also a streaming platform at Twitch at TodayFM951. We're at Jersey Radio, so yeah, you can follow us there and just catch us live. Or you can also listen to us audio only via the website www.todayfmlive.com. If you have the Radio Garden app, just search Today95.1fm. You can also listen to us audio only there as well and connect to us. Yes, we've got lots to talk on the show this afternoon, as I did say.
This game has changed. It's moved on.
Yes, we start off with good news as Nigeria has secured its first ever Olympic qualification in the beach volleyball, beating Morocco 2-0 in the women's final of the 2026 African Beach Volleyball Nations Championship in Alexandria, Egypt on Saturday, 22nd of August. Esther Mba and Pamela Bauer sealed the continental title, having beaten Mozambique 2-0 in the semi-final to reach the final. It's the fourth time Nigeria has reached this championship final after three previous runner-up finishes. And Nigeria Volleyball Federation President Engineer Musa Nimrod said, and I quote, "I wish to congratulate Nigerians and thank God. This is the fourth time we are going into the finals. We finished in the second place on 3 occasions. God has done it for us on our fourth trial. After all this 16 years. Today, God has made it possible for the Federation." The CAVB Zone 3 Secretary General praised the National Sports Commission and Customs Comptroller General Adewale Adeniyi for supporting Nigeria's volleyball development, while NSC Director General Bukola Olopade has Nigeria Olympic Committee President Habu Gumel also congratulated the Federation. So, 16 years in the making, 3 heartbreaking misses, and for the first time, Nigeria has finally done it. Into the next, or we've qualified for LA 2028 after 4 previous attempts. What does it mean for Nigeria's development when it comes to other sports?
It means a lot. It means a lot, Ufie Wallace. We cannot celebrate this in closed doors or behind closed doors. We can't celebrate this in a quiet mode. It's something very huge for Nigerian sports. It's a Nigerian sports sector or sports environment that has been probably dominated by football for a very, very long time. For us to see beach volleyball, which happens to be under the Nigerian Volleyball Federation, and you're seeing that we have officially qualified for the Olympic Games in Los Angeles 2028 is one huge thing that we should celebrate. Congratulations to the Nigerian Volleyball Federation. Congratulations to Engineer Musa Nimrod. Congratulations to the NSC board led by Shehu Diko on this particular one. See, if we do what is right, it's good we say that we're doing what is right. Then also, if we also fail to do what is right, you get the criticisms because of that. That's what the Nigerian Football Federation is facing right now. So it's a clear indication that when you put your hands to work and when you decide to call a spade and make sure that you do what is right, you can definitely attain success from that particular one or from whatever you're doing. It's now 2 very diverse situations between the Nigerian Volleyball Federation and the Nigerian Football Federation. So it goes a long way to tell you that everything can be good if only you decide to do what is right. Yes, you can see 16 years haters, 16 years jinx has been broken. Now Nigeria will fly its flag right there for beach volleyball at the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games. It tells you that hard work is something that it's what brings about success. Yes, hard work is what brings success. That's it. So I think with this, Nigeria begins to grow as a formidable force in the world of volleyball, not just on the global stage alone. Starting from the continental stage, you can see how this team went through in Alexandria, Egypt, starting off the knockout stages from the round of 16, where they took out Egypt, the host country, 2-love. That's 21-17, 21-16. They also took out in the quarterfinal stage Morocco 2-1, 21-17. Lost the second set there 15-21 and won the final set there 15-11. Then in the semifinals they took out Mozambique 2-love also, then get into the finals to defeat Morocco and get that qualification slot. So I think it's worth celebrating. That's one of the reasons why I've silently, would I say silently or low key, applauded the Shehu Diko-led National Sports Commission, because there is that change we're seeing. Good enough, this NSC board came in after a failed attempt at the Paris 2027 Olympic Games. You cannot forget about the then Minister of Sports, Honorable John Eno Owa, who was unceremoniously dismissed, will I say, or had his ministry squashed and replaced by the Commission, National Sports Commission. And we are seeing that it's paying off some dividends at this point, because we are beginning to see that Nigeria is growing in every aspect when it has to do with other sports. Yes, we saw what happened at the recently concluded Commonwealth Games, the Glasgow Commonwealth Games, the 2026 Commonwealth Games there in Scotland, and you could see that there was that uplift in the performance of Nigerian athletes. You could see that Nigerian athletes are now coming in with the performances, the positive performances. Yes, they are also coming in with the confidence, and that's the truth. The more you begin to turn out these positive performances, one thing is only eminent: your athletes begin to develop confidence, both the young ones, the already well-established ones, and even the up-and-coming. You could see what Toby Amoso did there, even with an injury. You could see what Enekweche did there, Chukwuebuka Enekweche did there, even with the injury. You could see what Jessica Orji did there, even with the injuries. You could see what Kaisola Ajayi at one point did there, Favor Ashi did there, even with the injuries. You could see that Nigerian athletes are beginning to develop or build up that confidence. And even the young ones, the likes of Miracle Ezechukwu, you saw what she did there, a beautiful, beautiful one there from her. So we are happy with all of this. Nigeria is doing well in athletics. Nigeria is doing well in volleyball now. You're seeing it. Nigeria is doing well in table tennis also. You can see various federations are coming up to speed. Nigeria is doing well in wrestling. Nigeria is doing well in wrestling. Nigeria is doing very well in weightlifting. So now every federation is probably putting in the shift. Now, I can beat my chest and also say Nigeria is doing well in basketball, because you can see what David Fisdal has done with the Tigers at a point when it looked like the Tigers will not qualify for the FIBA World Cup. But things have been turned around. You look at the Tigress also. You see what's happening over there, thanks to the NSC board, because that's one of the reasons we always sing the praises of them. We always direct the accolades towards them, because we could see the change when the NSC took charge and started being very, very much involved in every matter regarding the various federations. So you can see what the Tigers are doing, going out for tournament games, quality pre-tournament games. You go to China, you go to Spain, then you know that you have touched some of the best parts or places in basketball. So it's a huge one. We can only pray that they continue to do more. Right now, one of the biggest of problems we have in hand is that of the Nigerian Football Federation, and we hope that whatever is happening within the NSC, the NFF, as well as the presidency would just yield positive fruits for Nigeria, so that we can have our football back to where it's supposed to be. We can have our football celebrated the way we are celebrating volleyball now, the way we are celebrating the exploits that we get from athletics, the way we are celebrating the exploits we get from weightlifting. So that's basically what I feel sports is becoming right now in Nigeria. So kudos to everybody who made sure that this team qualified for the Olympic Games beach volleyball activity or exercise or event right there. You also mentioned, not forgetting the Controller General of the Nigerian Customs. He's been doing a lot, both in volleyball. I know that we've got the Andover Volleyball League, courtesy of the Controller General of Customs. We also have his footprints even in basketball. Yes, the MBPL, that's the Nigerian Basketball Premier League. You also have his imprints there. So he's one man who has always been very supportive of everything we do in sports right here in Nigeria.
Before I head over to athletics, let's take a listen to what the Director General of the NSC, Bukola Olopade, said last week.
It is sports. You win some, you lose some. Who says it has to be our right to always be at the World Cup? Italy has won the World Cup 4 times. They've not been to the World Cup 3 times. In fact, 12-year-old children in Italy, I've never seen Italy in the World Cup. So, all of you, just calm down. The Olympics are around the corner. I'm sure with the discussions going on between the NSC and the NFF, we'll have a meeting again on Monday to see how we can tweak the technical team of the Falcons. We've done that with the under-23s that will play for men. Eric Chile has been picked to coach the team. This is because we are desirous of ensuring that we qualify football for the Olympics. But again, If you are wallowing in the sadness of Super Falcons not qualifying, bask in the euphoria of the joy of watching a fencing event that is world class and that is churning out gold medals. Nigeria is a great country. We cannot be defined by only football. We have so many sports that are doing well globally, and we must enjoy every sport.
Yes, Osas. Yes, Nigeria cannot be defined by only football. Yes, football is the bread and butter for Nigerians. Fans. I remember when I played this inside during my show, I had many callers, and they had it was backlash for Bukola Olopade because a director general should not be seeing this. It's our priority to get into football and no. I know it's in our right to get into the World Cup. Italy is Italy. Whatever Italy wants to do, let them do. But us, we should get into the World Cup. They have their own part into the World Cup. We have our own part into the World Cup, and we are powerhouses in Nigeria here, in Africa. The Super Falcons not getting into the World Cup. The Super Eagles not getting into the World Cup. Him coming out, the Golden Eaglets, the Flying Eagles, the Flamingos.
The Flamingos are on their way to the World Cup. The Falconets are also there.
Yeah.
For the women, it's just the men who are falling short.
Yeah. So he's come under lots of backlash for what he's saying. Some are even saying he should even be removed from his position for saying something like that. But there is some truth you can also look at it. Nigeria, when it comes to other sports, so far we have been performing extremely well. You have to look at the Commonwealth Games that we had. The best performing African country that went into the Commonwealth Games. A fencing tournament that we're very, very good at. You have to talk about the athletics. We saw what we did at the last Diamond League as well to our athletes. You have to look at World
Collegiate tournaments around the world in the United States
as well. You have to the Tigress as well too, getting into the into the FIBA Women's World Cup. The Junior the Tigress as well too. Getting into
the under 19 FIBA under 19 Women's World Cup.
The Tigers too as well too. An improvement that we've also had under them. You have to look at the volleyball
beach volleyball team.
Beach volleyball team now getting into the LE 2028.
We also had a good showing in handball.
Also a good showing in handball as well too. So I know there are some backlashes in what he said, but there is also some truth in what he's saying that yes, Nigeria should not just be defined, at least at the point we are going into now, we should not just be defined by our football.
Yeah.
Is that the part you're still looking at? Well, let's forget about the backlash.
I think I followed this story when it all dropped. I think the position where Bukola Olopade is right now is the same position where Austin J.J. Okocha found himself. When you really cannot pick your words. Yeah, I understand what he was trying to express, but maybe due to his position and due to the choice of words he used, bringing Italy into the fray and also making it look like it's not really a problem.
Not really a problem.
Yes, it's not really a problem. Not qualifying for the World Cup. It's a major problem. So yeah, he should have. If I were to be him, maybe I had to swallow my words, do what is called the chewing of the cord over it, and bring it back. I would be saying something like, "Yeah, we are all very, very disappointed that we did not make it to the World Cup. It's actually a problem that Nigeria cannot be at the World Cup in 2 to 3. Call that in 2 occasions. Yes, in 2 editions. It's actually a problem because of the pedigree we pose on the global stage in when it has to do with football. But now you see what I'm saying. But I think we can look on the brighter side of life, which is good performances coming from other sports like fencing, like tennis, like table tennis, like athletics and weightlifting and what have you. Yeah, we can look on the brighter side and borrow some sort of motivation. See, I tell you that Nigeria will return back to the global stage in football. Nigeria will return back to where she's supposed to be when it has to do with football. I think Nigerians would have accepted that very well. We're working, you go ahead and say the NSC is working tirelessly with the NFF. You can see what is happening right now. We want to make sure that we get Nigeria back to where Nigeria is supposed to be when it has to do with football. And if you do that, then I think it's not going to be much of a problem to Nigerians, because you know that Nigerians are very emotional persons. If you look at for the past few days now, Austin J.J. Okocha just stepping on the nerves of certain Nigerians who fan Cristiano Ronaldo, and a lot of them have forgotten the fact that this is a man that brought joy to us all whenever he touches the ball during his 8 days in football. And they have come out all out for his throat, saying that
Cristiano Ronaldo.
in fact, he's not even a legend as he should be. He's not even. We are just celebrating. Some are calling him. What do they call him? What did they call him now? Some sort of overrated legend, overrated trickster with the ball. And you know that's how Nigerians are, very, very emotional. So if you want to speak to Nigerians, you have to be very, very cautious with the words you use, because right here in Nigeria, we have over 200 million coaches. We have over 480 million players, because whatever you think Victor Osimhen can do right there in front for the Super Eagles, we have over 480 million Nigerians that can do it. Even at the age of 60, somebody will tell you if Nami hold that ball, I know where I go put them. Yeah, so that's how Nigerians are. But I don't think Bukola Olakpade should be sacked, should be taken off his position just because of what he said. I can feel his intentions from here. I exactly know where what he meant. It's just that he didn't pick the right choice, or maybe the right structure for what he wanted to say.
It's a syntactical issue.
Yes, he didn't pick it. He didn't pick the right structure for it. He should have been more diplomatic with whatever he wanted to say, but it is the truth. In as much as you want to look at football is slowly giving. Now I want to be very diplomatic, and I want to be very structural with whatever.
Because if they start calling,
yes, I want to be very careful. So football is slowly making room for other sports. Now that's different from football is slowly fading away. Yes. So football is slowly making room for other sports to come in and also enjoy the shine. It used to be football all the way. If you look at some 15, 20 years back, or call that some 20, 30 years back, I'm talking about in the mid 90s or thereabouts, you will find out that the game of football was basically what was in the eyes or in the heads of every Nigerian. If you want to talk about basketball, somebody will ask you, where did they play that one? You ask, go into town and you ask people, do you know any Nigerian basketball player? Can you mention one of the players of any of the players of the Tigress or the Tigers? Everybody will tell you which one be the Tigress, which one be the Tiger. But these days, you hear people talk about Ezinne Kalu, her exploits at the Olympic Games. The way the way she champions and leads that team. Rena Wakama. That lady that did so many persons are now following what we have in basketball. So football is stylishly making way for other sports to come in. And what's the best way football can make that space is by trying to tone down on your shine a bit. And that's what is happening right now. Because we are now understanding that Nigeria can thrive in other areas. Nigeria can do better or do even hit the world standard in other areas away from football. But we did not have our eyes on these areas before because we were totally concentrating on what happens in football. So I think it's a good one. Yes, like what we usually call that sweet bitter experience or that sweet bitter taste in the mouth. It's a good one because in as much as we're going down in football, but we're going high in other sports, I think it's okay. I know that we'll bounce back in football. Yes. Whatever we have done to rejig, whatever we have done to regenerate what we had in athletics, at some point after Blessing Okabari, we found out that our athletics started dying in natural death.
Yeah.
The climax of it all was in the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, where even our own Toby Amosu wasn't able to. I think she didn't even get to the final. I think yes, she didn't get to the final of that. She didn't get to the final of the 110 meters hurdles. So that was how bad it was. But we had to tell ourselves that, we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to try to change because this is not what Nigeria was known for, even on the global stage. And it's beginning to change. We've seen that in so many other sporting federations. We've seen it. And it's like it's changing. So who says football will not change? Football will change. Let's just clean the rot and the dirt we have in the room. Once we do that, you will see football return back to where it's supposed to be. So for Bukola Olakpade, he's not going under my hammer in case he has gone under the hammers of anybody, not my hammer, because I understand what the man is trying to say. He's a father to all. He's not a father to football alone. The NSC does not govern football alone. The NSC governs everything sports. In fact, all sporting federations, call it handball, call it volleyball, call it table tennis, call it weightlifting, call it athletics, call it Nigerian Football Federation, that's the NFF, whichever you want to call it, judo, boxing, they are all under the National Sports Commission. They are all under Shehu Diko and Bukola Olakpade. So when he talks like a father who has multiple children and one is exploiting or exploring, and everyone is saying that, no, this used to be our favorite. As a father, he would definitely say, don't look at the favorites. Even if he's the favorite, look at these other guys. They are doing well. He's going to bounce back. They are all doing well. So I think that's the position he found himself, and I can cut him some slacks for that. But the truth still remains that we are doing well, and we have every opportunity to even do better. I see that the future is bright. Maybe before the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games, we'll see more federations qualify. We'll see more representation of Nigeria in different sporting events. We'll see more athletes come to the fray, come to the stage, build that confidence and experience before we get into that particular one. But the truth still remains that we are making strides.
Speaking of more athletes or more talent coming into the Nigerian Athletics Federation, the Nigerian Football Federation, or for Nigeria, in fact, acquiring talent. The Athletics Federation of Nigeria has introduced a structured age group system under 13, under 15, under 17, and under 20 categories, registering young athletes into a central database to permanently curb age falsification in track and field. AFN Youth Development Commission Chairman Sule Oluyemi announced the initiative at the Yaba College of Technology Sports Complex at the close of the independently organized dynamic athletics meet. Quoting the man, he said, "You can't change your age again for life because it is there. You will be captured on that database." Oluyemi also encouraged parents to see athletics as a pathway to sporting and academic opportunity, noting more than 150 Nigerian athletes have secured overseas scholarships in the past 3 years. In a similar vein, NBBF Vice President Babatunde Ogunade says the federation is building a more sustainable long-term development pathway for the national basketball teams rather than relying on short-term preparations before major tournaments. A response to fan criticism over inadequate training camps, the push comes as the Tigers and the Junior the Tigress and the Senior the Tigress all face major international assignments this window. So, Osas, two different federations talking about almost the same thing. If you want to say a long term, it's about building a long term pipeline of talent instead of scrambling all around. We've been talking about Nigeria has talent. We know you can get so many diaspora, but homegrown talents in Nigeria. But let's start off with the central age database. Would this be enough to end age fraud in Nigeria or in African sports, or does this thing need more enforcement to go further for you?
I think it's best we start from somewhere, and let me start from the beginning. I think what brought all of this to the fray, and that was basically in December 2025, where the was that the AIU? Yes, the AIU, the Athletics Integrity Unit, had to write to the Athletics Federation of Nigeria telling them that, see, hey, explain yourselves. This whole mumbo jumbo that we are seeing with your under 18 and under 20 athletes, where athletes are having multiple.
We remember that case.
Where they're having multiple birth certificates and affidavits. You know how we do things here in Nigeria, that you might be 18 years of age according to affidavits. You just go and swear an affidavit in a certain court and say, yeah, this is when I was born. Most Nigerians don't have proper records of their dates of birth, because we do not have some persons are born in the hospitals, some are giving birth to at home, some are giving birth to at unregistered midwiferys, Some are giving birth to these days. Some are even giving birth to in certain areas like religious homes. So that's one of the reasons we do not have the records. So at any point, an athlete feels or an individual feels it's necessary for me to let the world know that I am at this particular age, they just go and swear an affidavit and say, this is how old I am. And that was what affected Nigerian athletes in that under 20, under 18, under 20 tournament. A lot of athletes were having discrepancies when it has to do with their affidavits. Maybe at one, what it simply means is that at a particular year, they did swear that they were 18, and now you have another affidavit where it's contradicting that year you said you were 18, and maybe with the second affidavit that year you were 20. Then you have another one again that's contradicting the both of them. At a certain year, you were 18, 20, and 17. And the AIU said, see, get your house in order. And I think I'm kind of impressed with what the AFN did, because they had to swing straight into action, get a partnership with Roster Athletics platform. Yes, and that is what is materializing right now, where we would now be having what we call that central database enrollment. So what that simply means is that your records, your biometrics, your profile, there's your biographical profile is taken by this central database and kept there. So you can't come back tomorrow to tell us that when you were captured in 2026 at the age of 17, then you come back in 3 years' time to tell us that you are still 17 years of age and you want to contest or you want to fly the colors of Nigeria in any competition for athletics. It's quite clear that that will now serve as a reason to cut such an individual out of it. It's quite clear. So now that's where it all comes to play, that this is probably a step in the right direction. See, it's not going to be done and dusted just by this. There will definitely be a follow-up, because when things like this come, two things are involved. There is always a possibility that there could be a loophole in the system. Now, system failure could also be part of that one. There could be a loophole in the system that would stop or bring some sort of bridge to it. So now, if that is not from the system's point of view, it's also could come from the angle of the athletes, where they could search and find out some sort of lacuna to exploit. So now, whatever it is, it should quite be something that this could be developed on. So now it's the start of this. Is the start of it. How we go about it would show if we're really serious or not. So now it starts this way. There must be improvements to it. What do you do when the number of athletes becomes too saturated for you to handle? What do you do when it now looks like the system is trying to or beginning to implode? So as they have established this, there must be follow-up. Because one thing or one problem we have right here in Nigeria is the fact that you bring in a very good initiative, but there is no follow-up to it. The moment there is a change in administration, change in those who run the affairs of sports or maybe the athletics in Nigeria, the incoming administrators will just drop whatever has been made or put on the table as an initiative and want to implement their own. Everybody wants to always do his or her own so that you can sing their praises at any point in time. Continuity is always a problem we have right here in Nigeria. So it must be something that is done to be continued, whether it is Tonobu Kokoa, who is the head of the Athletics Federation, or not. Whoever is coming in should continue on that stride. Whoever is coming in should align to that pedestal. Whoever is coming in should make sure that it lives to see the light of tomorrow. Yes. So now that is exactly what I am looking at this point. But starting up what we call this age grade capturing under 13 under 15, under 17, under 20 is one of the best things that has or that will happen to athletics in Nigeria. Because now, see, from the grassroots, that's what is being talked about here. The target is from the grassroots because if it's Nigerian athletes from the diaspora, what I mean is Nigerian athletes from developed countries, most of them have a well-documented birth certificate. Everybody knows when the likes of Chukwuebuka Enekwechi was born. Everybody knows, if you want to go into football, the likes of Ademola Lookman, the likes of Alex Iwobi, we know when they were born. But when you talk about those
the new girl in athletics,
Jessica Orji, she's 19. We know that she's 19. Even when she looks fat and that big, we know that she's 19. But where we have problems is when we are looking at athletes from the grassroots, because you know how the system works here in Nigeria. Because you see athletes who come out sometimes you see athletes, or even let me use football for example. You see footballers in the NPFL who are 19 years of age, but they have finished secondary school, attempted getting a certificate from a university, left after 3 years, worked for about 3 years, and now joined a football team and started playing for the MPFL, and they are still 19 years old. Now you ask yourself, when did you finish your secondary school education? When did you try out 3 years or 2 in the university? When did you work? How old were you when you finished working? Then now you're 19 in the Nigerian Premier Football League. But that's what happens when athletes come from the grassroots end. So now this is good, because if you are able to capture athletes from the grassroots, then you will have the real representatives from the grassroots. You won't have a 25-year-old man claiming that he is 15 years of age just because he wants to use athletics as the open door to escape poverty. You will not see a 30-year-old man under the umbrella of under 17. So when you get these athletes, you get them really the way they are supposed to be. And you know what it's always said, catch them young. When you're able to get an athlete as young as 10, 11, 12, by the time that athlete masters his or her art for the next 8 to 9 years, then they will become stage conquerors, big stage performers when they go to the global stage. So it's a beautiful initiative, I must say, from the Athletics Federation of Nigeria. But I still repeat, continuity. You must work on it. Don't just tell us that you want to bring an early central database enrollment system and then you leave it at that. You take your eyes off it, and people now take the falsification that they have been doing outside down there. So now you need to have a back end watch. You need to have verifications, not when these same athletes who have been doing these things will now have people inside that would edit, that would tamper with what is on the database as information when it's time for certain tournaments. So it's one thing. It's one thing to start it. It's another to make sure that it continues to live on.
Well, let's head over to basketball. I'll open the phone lines for you guys to join in the conversation. 0810-951-0951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701-933-9962. Is there some truth in what Bukola Lopadi is actually saying to Nigeria? Actually, well, maybe not leave football, but open doors for other sports as well to travel to Nigeria. So look at that part. That avenue when it comes to other sports in Nigeria. And the underage grading, do you believe Nigeria can actually enforce this, or should more enforcement, should it go further than this database? Hello caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, this is Uncle T.
Yes, Uncle T, go on.
Let me thank you guys for the job well done. I need to appreciate you guys.
Thank you too.
You see the way your colleague put it, the way you see there are two settings. You decrease. It's the same thing, but in a different tune. Now, somebody that heard that at the first time, we said, okay, you have to talk to me. Someone said, you insult me. Now, what he did was an insult to Nigeria. He was so pompous and so proud, saying that it's not our first right to go to the world. It won't concern me and Italy. Italy have won the World Cup 4 times. America never got to the semi-final of the World Cup. Morocco are progressing. So just like your colleague says, football is okay, we are trying to work on it. Please don't be upset. We are trying to go to that sport to make sure that as we not qualify the World Cup, you have to say it, okay, this guy is making sense. Let us see other sport. Let us look outside this ball. I'm going to go fencing. And I'm not going to go to the fence house. I'm not going to go to fencing. On the not just now the thought I was going to I've not had that thought that so sport exists. But then when you put it, we now begin to like. I begin to like athletes when we begin to trauma at one. That woman made me to like it because she and over when she jumped, I won that good. But at that same year, I won the next six Olympic. But she won that good. I was happy for her. I followed athletes. I followed those people that 81 and others that were running. I don't know if you know them. This is one brother that took 400 meters. Do you remember them? I don't know. I don't know. You're not born then anyway. But, but the way, what I'm angry about is not the way. But the way he put it was what made me actually got angry. Nigeria is a lovely. See, check your WhatsApp, check the football, check people that follow football. You find out that football have more fans. Yes, I was beating. I left Nigeria after first half. I ran away because I was close to that. Now you will come back. Now you go. When the second goal, I just justify my way and go. And now you lost. I was upset, but it's football. I enjoyed Arsenal match on Friday, even if I'm not an Arsenal fan. It's football. The partnership is bad. That league is bad. But see, don't make us look as if we don't know what we are doing, or if Nigerians are coward, or we don't know what you are saying. Football is the king of all sports. But if your colleagues, the way you put it had to make a lot of sense. That way we can understand. It's not that football, we should not back in the playoff. What is that now? Super Eagles no go. Falcons no go. In the same year. No, it's not right. But thank you for your job right now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Uncle T. And yes, we will continue giving you guys best of analysis and stories you can find anywhere in the South. Osas, Bukola Padi, as I said, is coming under fire very well. But
Yeah.
it's nice to see that some do actually see that there are some truth
In what he's saying, yeah.
in what he's saying. But yes, syntactical error. Maybe you next time now you're supposed to be DG for NSC.
Or maybe he's public relation officer.
His public
his PRO. So
I don't even think the NSU or the NFF even have a PRO department.
Maybe
I don't think they have, because I don't think the PR department will tell him to say that.
To say that he has been very vocal, but I like what is happening. It's one time that we are seeing those who govern football talk a lot, tell us how it is. Bukola Olakpade, Honorable Bukola Olakpade is one person that is very good with his words. He knows how to, just like what Adewale Ajayi talked about Ibrahim Gusso. Ibrahim Gusso is not one person that talks a lot. Maybe he's not the type that loves talking, or maybe he's not used to talking. But Bukola Olakpade talks a lot. And so many Nigerians love that because we tend to understand what is happening within the circle, because he keeps us abreast with everything we need to know. But sometimes when you talk,
I'll cut you there and get this one.
All right,
back to you.
all right.
Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello,
yes. Who is this?
my name is Kelvin.
Kelvin, how are you?
Hi.
Hope you went to church today.
Yes.
How old are you, Kevin?
9.
9. All right, Kelvin, what do you want to tell us about?
Please, when is Liverpool and Newcastle playing?
Liverpool and Newcastle. All right, yes, we'll give you information on that. Liverpool and Newcastle will be playing by, I think 4:30. Yeah, they'll be playing by 4:30.
How about Chelsea, Fulham?
That's on Monday.
Chelsea Fulham is on Monday.
Will be on Monday. Yeah.
Are you a Liverpool fan, Kelvin?
No, Chelsea fan.
Oh, you're a Chelsea fan. So you just want
Yes.
Liverpool to lose.
Yes.
All right. On Monday by 8 p.m. is going to be Fulham against Chelsea. So hopefully
Please
you guys
tell me
win that
about
match.
Chelsea transfer.
Oh, Chelsea transfers. The guys in the second half, just keep on listening. The guys in the second half will give you everything that has to do with transfers. So just tune in. All right, Kelvin. All right, enjoy yourself. 08109510951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 07019339960. Yes, as I've said, fixtures coming up in the next 6 minutes, we'll have the start of the Dutch Grand Prix, and also Brighton and Aston Villa and Man City and Bournemouth to get the start of those matches. I'll read out the lineup for you guys in a few minutes time. All right, let's head over to basketball. And yes, Port Harcourt will host the final 8 of the 2026 Nigeria Premier Basketball League for a 4th straight year, with Phase 3 playoffs running 29th August to 6th September at the Indoor Basketball Stadium. 8 teams: River Supers, Marktown Flyers, Hoops and Reeds, Lagos Raptors from the Atlantic Conference, Aso Skyhawks, 313 Warriors, Boko City Chiefs, and Kano Pillars from the Savannah Conference battle in a round-robin format. Osas, once again, 4 years running, the final 8 is right here in Port Harcourt. But is it a good thing that we are having the same tournament in the same city? We've talked about the AFCON being hosted in the same country. Now, is it a good thing for the tournament to be hosted in the same city? Does it hurt the league? Does it hurt the national growth of the NBBF?
It doesn't hurt anything. See, I'm not a believer that of this whole don't host multiple tournaments. See, give us the best experience. Give us the best hosting performance. That's what we want. That's the reason why I don't castigate CAF for having that synergy with Morocco in hosting most of the tournaments. If Morocco can, let them keep hosting it. It's an advantage to them because they are always at home. If they can provide us with top-notch hosting performance, if they can provide us with top-notch facilities, and we don't get to wash our dirty linen in public, I think it's okay for me. It's also a motivation to every other African country to bring something to the table. Bring something to the table. We looked at I looked at the list of African teams having stadiums that could host CAF games as well as FIFA games, and Morocco has 15. 15. Nigeria has 1. I resound it again. Nigeria has just 1. And that one is just by the grace of God. So do you expect, as a Nigerian, should I be angry that Morocco is hosting the AFCON, the WAFCON, the under 20 AFCON or whichever, back to back to back? No, I'm not supposed to be. If I want to be unhappy, then I would have to be unhappy with myself because I need to ensure that I can compete. You can't have a country like Morocco have get or puts forward 15 different stadiums that could host games, and you are somewhere with your one stadium and you're angry. That's why is CAF always sending it there. CAF doesn't want to put forward a shabby tournament on the global stage. That's one of the reasons why they want to look towards that direction. So if it happens that way, fine. I don't have a problem with it. It's the same thing with the Nigerian Premier Basketball League always coming to Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt has got a very good basketball court at Niger Street there. Port Harcourt has also got a very good pedigree when it has to do with basketball. Port Harcourt is the hometown of Rivers Hoopers, and you know what Rivers Hoopers has done in basketball, one of the most successful sides in the Nigerian Premier Basketball League. So why don't you want to come? Why would you not want to come here? If this is the place you would come and you have a hitch-free MBBL tournament, fine, let it be. And for you to take it to a place where you would be having hitches, games will not see through, or games will not be played, or even if games are played, there will be obstructions, there will be interruptions, and at the end of the day, you have a very, very unimpressive tournament. So if this is where it is, fine, let it always come here. 4 seasons running, good enough. No one has complained that there is any shady dealings that has always favored Rivers Hoopers. In fact, the last time it was Marktown Flyers who won it, and they had to represent Nigeria at the Basketball African League. And you saw how it all went. So it's time again for us to select someone else that could go there. I think the best performance we've had from a Nigerian side is Rivers Hoopers finishing third in the Basketball African League. So at this point, let it come. I listened to Rivers Hoopers coach Ronald Alalibo over the week when he talked about how ready they are for this one. Not just being ready to come there and reclaim the sport that they lost to Marktown Flyers, former Lagos legends. Get it this time, then prepare to go on the continent and represent Nigeria at the Basketball African League. But it's a beautiful one to have it again right here in front of us. I think we had representatives from Today FM that attended the last one. I will definitely be there this time. I want to see it with my own eyes how things pan out right there in the Nigerian Premier Basketball League. And I wish Rivers Hoopers the best of luck as they go into this particular one. You've already reeled it out. You've got two conferences, the Atlantic Conference where Rivers Hoopers is there with Marktown Flyers. The last time they were with Marktown Flyers, I hope they don't make the mistake they made the last time. This time, make sure that you wrap it up as early as possible. Give Marktown Flyers back-to-back beatings so that they don't even have that motivation to come up against you when this one will go from the round of 8 into the round of 4. So you give them that back-to-back beating so that it could drive shivers and fears down the spines of every other team. You've got Hoops and Reeds there. You've got Lagos Raptors also there in the Atlantic Conference. Then the Savannah Conference, where I think the Atlantic Conference is where the concentration is. That's where you have the strongest of hands. For the ASU Skyhawks, 313 Warriors, Boko City Chiefs, and Kanu Pillars, they're just there. But where you have the movers and shakers of the Nigerian Premier, Hoops and Reed, Marktown Flyers now. So that's where you have the movers and shakers of the Nigerian Premier Basketball League, NPBL. So let's see how it goes. I think I really want to see what happens between the 29th of August and the 6th of September.
All right, now let's leave that and head over to Europe. What's happening in the match? Brighton and Aston Villa, the match has started. It's goalless, 2 minutes on the clock. I'll read out those lineups for you. And over in Zandvoort there, it's the formation lap of the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort. But let's revert to the lineup between Man City and Bournemouth. It's going to be the first Premier League game for Enzo Maresca after losing 3-0 against the Premier League champions at the Community Shield. Let's head over to Zandvoort.
To the lights and foot to the floor as we go racing one last time in Zandvoort. Piastri trying to get through on Russell. It's a poor start from Russell. He'll lose the position to his teammate Kimi Antonelli, who screams round the outside. Lando Norris holding the lead as they head towards turn 2, and it starts to tighten up, but there's a change of position for the Mercedes. They've swapped round. Norris holds the lead from Antonelli.
Side by side with the two Red Bulls around turn 3. Lawson trying it on. Max Verstappen round the outside, and it's still side by side up the hill towards turn 7, but Verstappen just gets in front. There was a little bit of contact.
Yes, it's raring to go right there at Zandvoort. Lando Norris holding the lead after winning pole for the Dutch Grand Prix, followed by George Russell and then Kimi Antonelli. But now they switch positions. It's Kimi Antonelli and George Russell. Kimi now up to second and George Russell up to or moving down to third, and followed by that we've got the Ferraris, Lewis Hamilton, and then Oscar Piastri, Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, and then Lewis Hamilton make up the top six you want to see. And Max Verstappen still holds seventh, followed by Liam Lawson, who moved up from Racing Bulls to Red Bulls. But continuing with the lineups.
We're seeing how the race started again. I don't know what happened to George Russell, and he lost his position to Kimi. Okay, that was where it happened. He lost his position to Kimi Antonelli, and he just has to fend off the rest. let's see what happens between now and the end of the race. But it's still Lando Norris having that strong control to this race.
All right, guys, it's already 1-0. Brighton against Aston Villa. Brighton have gotten the goal in the 7th minute. I think it was an own goal scored. Yeah. The goal was from Lindelof, yeah, scoring that own goal. So Brighton are 1 goal up against Aston Villa. And the match, City against Bournemouth, is still goalless at that centre, as I've already read out the lineups. Osas, what do you expect from City and the boys?
Asking me what I expect from City and the boys right now. Okay, let me just act like the Osas, the sports analyst. Fine, I expect City to win this one. In as much as, yeah, I expect City to win this one.
Even after the performance from match against Arsenal.
The match against Arsenal in the Community Shield, Enzo Maresca stated that he had 4 players in that team that hadn't been in proper training, were not part of the preseason games. So it was quite clear that match rustiness was a huge problem in that one. And also he didn't get his arts right. And you know that you get your arts right with the ooch. You get your arts right with experience. So he's beginning to build into becoming the City manager, get off the shadows of Pep Guardiola. So I expect a better City performance here. And moreover, City have had a better head-to-head start against Bournemouth. It's been City getting more of the wins. I think in the last 13 encounters, City has won about 12. Bournemouth has only managed 1 win. So what Marco Rose will be doing now, yes, new manager for Bournemouth, but I don't know what he could be bringing to this team. But I know back there at RB Leipzig, he's one manager that fancies aggressive football. So I expect Bournemouth to be very aggressive, but City has got the players to also match them pound for pound in this particular one. So I expect a City win. But if I want to look through as what I want, I would definitely not be wanting a City win, but definitely I look at City winning this particular encounter.
All right, 08109510951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701-933-9960. We're still continuing with the stories. It's basketball.
He's been there with the team before, but returned this time. A very versatile big man with an NBA career best season of 8.9 points per game with Sacramento Kings. What else are you expecting from such a man? It's a team. Josh Okogie has also been one of the defensive stalwarts there for Nigeria's the Tigers, and you could say that this team is well poised and well placed right now to go. Ooh! What was that? Coming from Erling Haaland.
This is see. We all know that story of Delilah and Samson. I don't know who told this our boy Erling Haaland to go and cut his hair. Now that he has cut his hair,
his first ever Champions League Golden Boots was with a cut hair while playing for Dortmund. So I mean, we might just be seeing an even fresher Erling Haaland, because there is no side of him that is not potent enough.
Even in my dreams, I don't think I would have believed Erling Haaland would miss what he just missed right now.
I think it's something that when the replay comes, it will be shown even clearer. It looks like a mishit, because that does happen sometimes. He runs onto the ball, he runs into the space where he expects the ball to arrive from Nico O'Reilly after a brilliant run on the right. Ooh. And it looks like a mishit there because he misjudged the flight of the ball. And instead, it looks like it just runs into him rather than him making any contact with it. So it's one of those instances that will happen. The next chance that comes, I can guarantee you that man is going to put it away.
Okay, that's if Bournemouth doesn't put away a chance into the back for Manchester City. But it's definitely going to be an end-to-end affair. I can see that Bournemouth are not resilient. They are not resting on their horses. Ooh.
So it's a really it's a tepid start already in the English Premier League this afternoon. 2 goals already over there at the Amex. Brighton have made it 2 versus Villa. Confirmation of who has scored that goal right there. But still, Manchester City and Bournemouth are playing out 0-0. It looks like a very even game so far. Bournemouth will look good. I expected them to compete, and they are competing so far. That goal is currently under review. The goal scored by Brighton hasn't been fully awarded yet, but for now it is 1-0. Yeah, with an asterisk on the second goal that is being scored, but it's still being checked out as we are looking at the replay of it here on our screens. Brighton want to make a quick start, and it is a goal. It should stand from the replay. That's Maxim the Kuiper. From the replay, it looks like a clean goal. I don't see anything to it. Okay, there's an offside. There's an offside on the run. It looks like
I check for an
offside.
offside.
Might be tight. Might be very tight. There looks like an offside on the run by the man who leads the line for Brighton today. But a brilliant cutback. Kuiper there to tap it home. And we'll look to see if this goal does stand. And I think it has.
All right, Alex, still with you. Josh Okogie, one NBA player back into the squad. How much difference can one NBA level player bring to the Tiger squad, especially now that you said the team has found form without him? He wasn't around. We won 3 straight games. Now that he's back, does it add, or how much difference does it make to David Fizdale's squad?
I think it should. It should make all the difference. Okogie is definitely quality. He's been something that you know very well that the boys have been lacking when it has to do with that quality, that extra bit of quality in deciding games and whatnot. It is very key that we are able to have as much quality as possible. Listen, it does not mean they necessarily have to come in and pinch a starting spot. It does not mean they have to come in and play every single minute. It just means that in those moments where our quality can be dictated, in those moments where we need that extra bit of aggression, that extra bit of flair, and the decision making to make the right calls in difficult moments, those are where quality comes in. And I don't think there's anything that is more quality than the NBA. I don't think there's any league that would trump the NBA in that aspect. So it's all down to, these players to be able to show themselves, show the quality of the leagues that the respective leagues that they play in. But of course, you would always do with the help of a more dominant league, of a league where everybody is tipped to want to head there. So to have Josh Okogie in your ranks, the statistics which Osas did call out what he led his team in and the different positions that he's adapted to playing, it just tells you very well the versatility of the man and how well you could utilize him in that the Tiger squad. I think he changes a whole lot of things. I don't know if he walks into the team. I don't know if he's a utility player, but I know one thing he brings, and like I said, it's the quality that the man himself brings. So you'll be hoping to tap into it and to utilize it when you can. And how the outcome of it is left to see precisely how that is going to turn out. But every addition to the squad matters. Everything that makes the squad a little bit better, even if we go from being 81% to 83% good, even if it takes us from making 40% of shots to making 43% of shots, it could be the slightest rise in statistic, but at the end of the day, the data, which I believe in very strictly, would always tell you that your team has improved slightly in certain areas, and I think that's what Josh brings to the team. So wonderful addition. I'll be looking to see him in the starting lineup.
All right, we'll leave the men and head over to the women, and it's the African champions, the Tigers, who lost 83-58 to Spain on Friday in Tenerife. Their first game since wrapping up a China exhibition series. Nigeria led 2014 after the first quarter and 40-36 at halftime, but Spain flipped it after the break, winning the third quarter 27-9 to lead 63-49 before closing it out 20-9. Victoria Macaulay top scored for Nigeria with 18 points. The loss came right after the Tigers closed their China series with an 88-77 win in Foshan, having lost the first two games of that series 70-67 and 69-65. Head coach Rena Wakama side next face Belgium in Tenerife. Then head over to Zaragoza for further warm-up against Mali and Puerto Rico from the 25th of August to 3rd of September. The Tigers qualified automatically for the Women's World Cup after winning the 2025 FIBA Women's AfroBasket, their fifth straight contender crown, and arrived with confidence from their historic Paris 2024 Olympic quarterfinal run. Nigeria will open up against South Korea on 4th of September, then Hungary on 5th of September, and then France 4th of or 7th of September. But a tough second half collapse, Osas, against a strong European side. But should we be worried? Are we looking at it as just a blip heading into the World Cup, or a real concern about the women, their form heading into the World Cup?
I don't want to look at it as a blip. I want to look at it as a call for a step up. When I mean a step up, we've seen about three games now in these pre-World Cup games. We've seen about 3 games where the Tigers fell short in the second quarter, in the second half, I mean. 2 games against the Chinese, then now against the Spanish basketball female team. First quarter, you led 2014 and you ended the first half 40-36. What happened that you fell so scandalously, you fell so flat in the third and fourth quarter for you to lose the game by 83-58? That's huge margin. So I think Reina needs to ask these questions. Yeah, I know that the team will not be putting in all they've got at this point. They had Victoria Macaulay shine really well in this particular one, putting in 18 points in that game. And you could say, fine, there are sparks of brilliance in that team, but they need to learn how to manage the games. I said it the last time when they lost the second of that 3 head-ons with the Chinese. I said it that they need to learn how to manage games, see out games. They need to learn how to manage it, and it was seen in that final game which they defeated the Chinese. So I really want to see what happens with Mali, because since China, they've been playing people who are above them in the FIFA rankings. Let's say, okay, these teams are teams that are pretty strong at this point. So I want to see what happens against Mali. I want to see what happens against Puerto Rico before they can now get into the FIBA Women's World Cup from September 4th, where they will take on, I think that's Korea Republic. Korea Republic, I think they are also ahead of Nigeria. Are they ahead of Nigeria on the FIFA rankings? No, they are below Nigeria, 15th. So I think when they get to the FIBA Women's World Cup, we want to see their full rage on teams that are below them. They'll take on Korea, they'll take on Hungary below them. Then France is the only one who is ahead of Nigeria. So if they can seal a victory against Korea and then seal a victory against Hungary, then see what to get from that game against France, they could be guaranteed a spot in the next round of the FIBA Women's World Cup. But as it stands right now, no much cause for alarm. It's a friendly game, but I think Reina needs to look into those areas where the team is found wanting, which one big one is their inability to manage games. You start very well, but when it gets to the point where you just see off the game with a victory, you tend to flop. So I think that is one area that she needs to look at this point and make sure that she corrects what is on ground before the start of the FIBA Women's World Cup.
All right, now we'll leave basketball and head over to tennis. But before I do that, it's time to give you guys updates on what's happening in Europe. As Brighton still leading 2-0, 25 minutes on the clock against Aston Villa. City haven't found the back of the net yet after Erling Brod Haaland missing that chance. So you see, the chance didn't even get to him outright. He's still goalless against Bournemouth right there in City grounds. And now it's time to head over to tennis. Yes, and we've had the first go right there at City Grounds, and it's not City. It's Bournemouth getting that goal. Osas.
As fondly called Bournemouth, they have done it again. I think this would have to call for some scrutiny on Enzo Maresca. I'm looking at the players of City, and they look like players that are lacking motivation or belief in their manager. I can see reason on the face of Erling Haaland. This is not how we used to play. City isn't always this void of ideas. I've been watching and I've been looking at City and how they've been moving the ball around. It hasn't shown some sort of intentional connection between the midfield and the offense. Haaland has been starved of the ball. Semenyo has not been very productive with what he's doing from the left-hand side. And it looks like just Semenyo is walking alone at that part. So I don't know exactly how things are at this point for City, but they have to be reactive now. I didn't expect them to go behind I didn't expect them to go behind. I expected that with what happened against Arsenal, City was going to be very proactive, be very aggressive, and it's 3. What's happening at the Amex Stadium?
Brighton have made it 3-0 against Aston Villa at the Amex Stadium, and at the Etihad, it's still 1-0 in favor of Bournemouth. Alex, this was how it started against Arsenal. It was 1-0, and we said yes. City, we're going to come back and equalize. It added 2, 3. Are you still seeing the same lackluster performance from City?
Contrary to Sassy's opinions, I think I've seen City pull up some very, very decent attacks. Arsenal is Arsenal, and Arsenal is Arsenal for a reason, because they are defensively one of the best, if not the best team in Europe. And they took a lead inside 25 seconds. That's going to take some coming back to. That has to be a foul. It's not giving us one.
But Bournemouth aren't a team to be taken lightly to as well.
They have defensive liabilities. I think right now your main issue now is whether Bournemouth go on to score a second or a third. I definitely think City will get themselves back into this game, because Bournemouth are not a side that are known for their defending prowess. Last season they scored almost as many as they conceded too. So they are a team that even on their day they could also have those lapses in defense, and has already shown by City so far with their 2 shots on target inside the opening 20 minutes, and it just looks very much like something that City would be sniffing around, looking for the chance to get back. Is that 4? Oh wow, it's 4-0. Brighton leads Aston Villa 4-0 inside 30 minutes. Yeah, but back to Manchester City. Well, like I did say, it's early days. It's early moments. They have to grow into the game. They have to find ways to hit back at Brighton, and you know very well that they can. So it's obviously going to just be about when they do it, how they do it, and to show some sort of identity. And I do understand, not just the SAS, but a lot of persons who are asking questions about the City side. They want to see what they can offer when they've been pegged back. They want to see what the City team under Enzo Maresca, what they are all about. It's a new look team, and everybody wants to know precisely what this team can do under the new manager. And I think it's just left to see exactly how that plays out precisely. But Enzo has to find answers. He has to find them quick, but at the same time, like I said, it's early days, and I still think City would find their way back into this game.
All right, 08109510951 0701-933-996. So it's 4-0. Brighton are pounding Aston Villa 4-0. Or should I use a different word to describe it? Because they are getting absolutely trashed right in the at the Amex Stadium. 2 successive goals. It's 4-0. I don't know what Unai Emery has been thinking after winning the European League, after going or maybe the loss of their players, Yuri Telemans, Konsa. Is it showing cracks in the Villa squad? Well, this is just the first match. You know, we won't always judge on the first match. But your thoughts on it?
What can I say? It's actually very, very sad what's going on with Villa. Okay, let's just look at it right now. First off, there is no Ollie Watkins in that team, and let's look at for Aston Villa, because I did want to call our attention to this, but I think it's something that is already very well noted when it has to do with the player sales going on there. There is Rogers that is gone. There's Luka Dean that is also gone, and there's a Yuri Tillemans that is gone. Konsa has gone also. Martinez looks like he will not be introduced into the team anymore. Talking about the goalkeeper. There is also a Watkins who is not in the team, as I mentioned earlier. Why is Watkins not in the team, you might ask? And that is because he is negotiating a move with Al Hilal. He's said to already have agreed personal terms with Al Hilal, and he wants the move to the Saudi Arabian side. But then the question or the real issue, bone of contention now, is whether or not Villa are going to want to sell him. There's a big problem. There's a big problem. Look at the same situation over there with Newcastle. Newcastle was a side that just competed in the Champions League. Villa are a side that just won the Europa League to qualify for the Champions League, and other than that, finished in a prime position too to play in the Champions League, finishing fifth ahead of was it fifth? Finishing fourth ahead of Liverpool in the running last season. And you're losing your best players this way. It is always going to be a problem. I don't care who you are, you cannot lose your best players and still tell me that you're trying to find a way to function. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's enough. That it's not a sound excuse or as you would put it. I don't think it's enough to say, okay, yes, this is how you want to carry on. It's not good enough. It's definitely not good enough. And I think that they are well aware of that situation. It's all down to one, how are they going to be able to play it out? How is their season going to come on ahead? Because it's looking like so far so very, very bad. It's looking very, very bad for them. So they should be able to maybe hold their own in the league, but of course we know how unforgiving the Premier League is. In the Champions League, I have serious questions as to how Unai Emery wants to go about it. His incomings of Alejandro Garnacho, Matteo Ruggeri, and Johan Manzambi too from Freiburg. There are serious questions that are left unanswered about that team, and the sooner they begin to answer those questions, the quicker they could find any sort of response as to how to go about it. So there are questions that need answering, they have not been answered, and they need to understand how to progress past their current situation. I think that's the scope of things right now for Villa. But if they did not know what kind of game or trouble they were in, it is definitely a little bit more significant, or has been shown and exposed a little bit more by the first 25 minutes over there at the Amex. You can't be down by 4 to Brighton away from home. There is no excuse. Even 4-0 as a score line at the end of the game is horrible enough, and not to talk of 4-0 inside 25 minutes. There are really big issues over there that the club knows that they have to solve if they are going to be able to salvage something from a season that should be very precious to their fans by the way of the UCL football that they obtained. They are second in the space of 3 years. You want to see progress. You do not want to see more hindrance. But of course, it's the market just being the market. It is the players wanting to move on and explore options and go to better places to see if they could play elsewhere. So I think it's all very, very key for these players right now, and for the manager to find ways to go about the issues that the team does have by replacing players, and by also trying to keep the quality that we know Aston Villa have been for a certain period of time now.
08109510951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, what's it? 0701933996240 at the Amex Stadium. Brighton currently beating Aston Villa 4-0 as we see City on the ascendance, and they can't get that goal. Semenyo will just take it all to the other side, and a chance for City to get it into the box. No one there, and it's to go for a throw-in for City. 08109510951. Bournemouth 1, City nothing. Let's head over to talk some tennis on Today Sports Live.
It's moved on. This is a new era, a new dawn. Legends pass the torch to new stars above. Traditions transform, but still starting with love. Youth, on and off the court, is starting to rise. Champions of purpose and planet, under stadium lights. Culture shaping, shot making, carbon saving, innovation. Young princes, all striving for their coronation. This is new drama, the new generation. Players that shatter preconceptions, Raise expectations, exude fortitude. The sport now comes with a new attitude. From quiet to loud, please. This is our new premise. This, and this, and this. This is the ATP Tour. This is tennis.
Yeah, it's time to talk tennis on today's Sports Live. As world number one, Yannick Sinner officially withdrew from the 2026 US Open on the 21st of August due to a persistent right knee injury. His first missed Grand Slam since his major debut in 2019. The injury had already forced him out of the National Bank Open and Cincinnati Open while he received treatment in Milan. The announcement came just a day after Carlos Alcaraz confirmed his own return to the tour following a 4-month absence with a right wrist injury. With Sinner out, French Open champion Alexander Zverev moves up to the number 1 seed, while defending champion Alcaraz slots in at number 2. Sinner had defended his Wimbledon title last month, beating Zverev in the final, but has been sidelined ever since. He still holds a commanding 5,000 points ranking lead over the field despite missing New York. Alcaraz, who now has a clear path to extend his 7-5 lead over Sinner in Grand Slam titles, though he hasn't played competitively since 14th of April. Now, this is the third consecutive major in which one of the two men's tennis superstars has been sidelined by injury after Djokovic won the Australian Open, beating Sinner in a dramatic semi-final before Alcaraz completed the youngest career Grand Slam in the final. Alcaraz's right wrist injury then opened the door at Roland Garros, where Sinner fell to Juan Manuel Serundolo and Zverev claimed his first major. Sinner then won Wimbledon in Alcaraz's continued absence, and Alcaraz may also feature in the US Open mixed doubles, which will hold in the 24th and 26th of August, with a potential pairing alongside Serena Williams. As Osas, the two defining stars of men tennis, and for the third straight major, one of them is missing, leaving the year last slam is going to be wide open because we still have to look at Sinner's Sinner Alcaraz injury into play, and now it's really raising the question about modern tennis, the physical toll it takes on the tennis stars. Some are saying the schedule is becoming too long and too relentless, and does the sports need to change it to better protect their top players, or leave it like this? Because now with Sinagon, we've only had one Sin Cara's final this year. When last year we had it back to back to back to back to back. About three.
Final.
Yeah, and
the
this
year
time,
before,
yeah.
the year before, we also had I think about three.
After the Australian Open, after the Australian Open, we had back to back. So it raises question about the modern sports now. It's the physical toll on players, the schedule. Is it becoming too long? Is it becoming too relentless? Does the sports need to change it better to protect its top players, so we can get more excitement at this? Because for some fans, if they don't see their best players or their best athletes, they tend to lose interest.
Yeah, I think the toll is beginning to tell on the players. This was what the players complained through various associations, including the Professional Tennis Players Association, about what's going on. At some point, you decided to increase the number of tournaments that players must take part in to gain ranking points or to be relevant for the ranking points. You also at some point increased the schedule for each tennis tournament. We used to have the ATP 1000s and above. We used to have it wrapped up in 10 days. Now it spills over to about 12 to 14 days. And you're saying, what is all of this? What's going on? Now you can see the effect on the players, injuries everywhere. We in Roland Garros, we saw a Roland Garros where the business part of Roland Garros, both for the men and the women, was nothing to write home about. When I say nothing to write home about, no offense, no ill statement concerning the young players or lowly ranked players, but we always know that the Grand Slam will have its quarterfinals having a huge chunk of the top ranked players. But we saw the quarterfinals and you couldn't see the top tens litter the quarterfinals. Rather, you were seeing some sort of fringe players. Maya Swiatek got to the finals of the female side of things in Roland Garros. You had Mira Andreeva winning it. Linda Noskova, Mateja Kosiok. These were names that you were seeing. You couldn't see the names we used to know. For the male side of things, also the same thing. Who played the final with Alexander Zverev? I think that was Flavio Koboli. Would you see Flavio Koboli going into the final of Roland Garros if you had fit players like Carlos Alcaraz, Yannick Sinner, maybe Novak Djokovic? You have Felix Auger-Aliassime, very fit and all of that. So I think it's a case of the scheduling taking a toll on the players, because see, tennis is very demanding. You keep playing regularly. I was discussing with you over the week when we saw Ben Shelton take part in the Cincinnati Open after winning the Canadian Open, and I was like, what just happened? He just lifted the Canadian Open over the weekend, and here he is in Cincinnati playing a tennis game on a Monday afternoon, and I was like, what's happening? What's going on? That's what it is right now. That's why we're seeing the injury. So I think the ATP, the WTA, the tennis organizations, they need to look into this. They need to find ways. I know it might be difficult for you now to go back on what you have designed already, because when these plans are done, the designs are done for years, for a year plus running. So it might be difficult for you to go back on that design. But I think you could tweak certain policies and laws so that players don't have to force themselves to take part in competitions back to back to back. So if it's something that fine, you take part in Grand Slams, then you can pick or choose between the ATP 1000 tours. I think it's going to be best. ATP 1000 or WTA 1000 tours. I think it's going to be best. It will open more grounds for more tennis players to gain ranking points. It would also help them rest and recuperate, because right now, the way it's going, you will see these players burn out very, very fast. We saw some sort of longevity with Novak Djokovic, some sort of longevity with Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal. It might be difficult to see that with Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz because the intensity alone that we are seeing is not going to let these players stay this long. Because when the body is burnt off or there's that huge burnout, it will tell on how long you remain in the sport. The legs will no longer be very much formidable to carry these players along. I think it's something that they need to look into. They need to rejig. They need to change it before it becomes too late. Because now you're seeing it. Yannick Sinner is not going to be part of the US Open. A time when we are thinking that he will come up straight with Carlos Alcaraz for us to see that rivalry. Have we even seen both of these players play this year? No. Have we? I think the only time we saw them play was early in the ATP 1000s. We've not seen them in any of the Grand Slams play this year. So I think where we had them play together, each other, was in the in the ATP 1000. That should be around Miami Open or thereabouts. Yeah. So it's funny. That's what it is. These were two of the strongest male players you find in tennis these days, and they are broken so much because of the scheduling. So we better go back to the drawing board to save what is left of tennis.
All right, Alex. Alcaraz will be playing in the mixed doubles with Serena Williams. Now, man is just coming off a 4-month layoff injury. We know he has a knack for coming back from injuries and winning tournaments. But could the mixed double alongside Serena Williams, could it be a double-edged sword? You're talking about building rhythm for his singles title defense, or could it add unnecessary workload ahead of the second week when the US Open begins?
I think it's all down to proper preparation. Did you process where you're able to just collectively tell yourself, okay, I'm going to skip a couple of games or skip a couple of tournaments because I think that I am fit enough to go straight to what I have my eyes on my main focal point. Yeah, I think that has to be the case when it has to do with that. Carlos has just done like Novak. He has just put Novak. Or a Nole, as we like to call it, because he has said, or he has identified that no problem, I do understand that this is going to be incredibly difficult and all, and at the same time I know that it's been 5 months without any court action. I'm set to return. How am I going to return to the court? In what conditions? What are my fitness levels? And how is everything particularly going to look like? My form, my ability to I wanted to say stroke, but I would not tell me that way. I would just say his all-round game on the court. How is it going to look like when I do step back onto the court? And I think those are the questions that he's asking himself, more importantly right now, that he wants to make sure he's in that right frame of mind to at least compete. You might say it's faulty not having any proper preparation in terms of competitive games to get yourself fit and ready or all fired up for the final Grand Slam of the year, the US Open. But at the same time, you're also looking at his condition levels. And you're saying, okay, if you think you can do what you have to do just to make sure you stay fit and okay enough to compete at a Grand Slam, which is your priority, then I think you should do that. And I think at the end of the day, that is what really, really matters when it has to do with the man Carlos and his choice to play in the Grand Slam and to ignore the remaining ATP preparation tournament, or as you would call it, where he would get to at least play some competitive games, get into the groove a little bit and see how he's feeling. But he knows very well that he does not want to push himself so far, because I think, like we always say, nobody wants to lose, particularly sportsmen. They are naturally competitive people. Nobody is going to say, okay, I'm not in the best of conditions, so let me not push too hard. No, if you find yourself in an ATP 1000 and you go to the last 8, you're down to the last 4, you would want to. You don't care how long it's going to be. You don't care if it's about to be a 3-hour, 4-hour game, even as much as it's just a 3-setter. And you're telling yourself, I still want to try. I still want to see if I can push my limits or how far I could go on that. You're still trying to find out for yourself exactly what it's going to be like for you, and it's very obvious in the way he has gone about things. Where his priorities are. He set his priorities on returning at the Grand Slam, on making his return. And I mean, we would want to see all the best for him. We want to see how that decision plays out for Carlos when he does step on the court over there in USA. And we want to see him actually compete. Do I think he would be at that level? I don't think so. Just because of how Yannick Sinner was at Wimbledon. He's just a couple games on clay. And funny enough, the only title he's won this year has still been on hard court itself, which was the Australian Open. So he's telling himself, okay, there's a chance for me to come back and really make a stamp on the game as we know, and to see if I can maintain the levels that I know I can continue to operate at. And I think it's key for him to have that belief in himself and to see if he can go all the way, if he can at least make some sort of headline for himself. But I know very well that a man like Carlos Alcaraz is not going to sit and just let things slide or just fold his arms and just watch how the rest of the tennis year or calendar is going to go. He's going to want to throw himself back into it. He should at least be able to come into that, in the best possible way physically. When you talk about his conditions, he talked about how he'd been struggling right before the Australian Open that he won, and right before he bowed out too, in to the injury in early April, or should we say mid-April? Yeah, and he spoke a lot about how the last tennis year had a toll on him, where he won a total of 2 Grand Slams, same with Yannick, and then closed out the year as the world number one, came into 2026 as a world number one still, before submitting that to Yannick Sinner right around March to April, or towards April. And we understand very well, like I did say, how competitive Carlos Alcaraz is going to be, but at the same time, he's telling himself, okay, you see, listen, it's been a long period of time, take it slow, see how it goes. It's 5 setters, and it's always going to be okay. How is your endurance level? How is your physical level across those 5 sets? And I think that's what's very key for him right now, to see how he's able to compete, how he's able to just feel out, get onto the court, hold the racket, play a competitive game first of all, play a competitive set, and just see, okay, this is what my levels are right now. Judge up or your size up your next opponent if you do progress, and just see, okay, well, what areas have I not looked like the Carlos of before, and what areas will my opponent be looking at to potentially hurt me, to look at and say, okay, how can I, since I know you're not as quick as you should be on the court, or like he said, with the wrist injury that he did have, what if you're not able to hit those shots as powerfully as before? And they'll be looking at it and saying, okay, what ways can I counter a Carlos who is not 100% fit? And you're also looking at it and say, okay, what are my opponent's strengths? What are the ways I can counter their counter attack on my not 100% fitness too? So it's a dicey game, but at the end of the day, it's all down to exactly how much Carlos wants it, his physical levels, and of course his opponents, because I do think he would struggle if he comes up against really good competition.
All right, 0810951097019339962. Continue with tennis ball. It's halftime right there at the Amex Stadium. Brighton against Aston Villa, 4-0. Aston Villa, things have gone from frying pan to fire for them. They've got a red card there, Joao Gomez, for violent conduct. For City, it's still halftime right there. Hopefully they can turn things around in the second half. 1-0. Could this be a very poor campaign for Enzo Maresca after losing 3-0 to Arsenal right there in the Community Shield. Or as Osa said, the Premier League champions Arsenal is into them. Hopefully, they can turn things around and beat Bournemouth. 0810-951-0951, 0701-933-9962. Still going to expect matches from the top clubs around Europe. It's going to be Newcastle against Liverpool by 4:30. In the Spanish La Liga, it's going to be Atletico Madrid against Villarreal by 4 p.m. Leclerc has gone into the pit, so they've matched each other in strategies. Hamilton has moved on. Hamilton has moved on to P1 due to the pit. Kimi Antonelli has come out in P2. Quite surprising. Nando Norris in P3. George Russell. Quite surprising. Nando Norris in P3. George Russell in P4. Oscar Piastri quite slow. Couldn't cover up the gap as it comes as his Piastri quite slow. Couldn't cover up the gap as it comes as he still maintains P5. Lawson has entered into the pit. He's the only Red Bull driver after Max Verstappen crashed out during the first 3 laps, and Oliver Behrman is also out. Charles Leclerc in P6, Alex Albon in P7. This might be the best finish that the Williams will have this season. But if it does end like this, I think the people that will shout for Joe will be Aston Martin. Fernando Alonso is currently P8 on soft tires. He's 0.9 seconds behind the Albon or the Williams car. Alex Albon and Liam Lawson falls right behind him in P9. Hamilton still leading the pack, and Carlos Sainz and Williams in P10. So that's it for the top 10 right there. And Zanfors, how do you see this race ending? Could it be a win for the Ferraris, the McLaren, or the Mercedes and the Williams, Aston Martin? Could they have their best ever finish this season? 0810-951-0951, 0701-933-9962. Blessing already ready to take over to give you guys the updates and the discussion on what's happening in the top 5 leagues around Europe and everything that has to do with European football. Yes, Blessing takes over. She'll be the next voice you hear after Alex. Alex, it's 1-0 for City against Bournemouth. What do Bournemouth need to, or what to do to keep this lead, and what do City need to do to turn it around?
I was noting something just right before they went on that halftime, and that was the usage of a certain now what's his name now, Magehi in the middle. The lineups already would tell you that something is really wrong. I saw a lot of complaints when the first game was on, which was the 3-0 loss to Arsenal, by making those very needed changes. But as it stands right now and the players walk back onto the pitch, there are no changes to report yet. Neither for Bournemouth or for Manchester City. It looks like it's as you were at halftime. The City boys do line up again, but of course, like I did say, the inclusion of Gehi, a certain Gehi in the midfield, leaves lots of questions to be answered as to why a central defender has to slot into midfield for you. You have Nico Gonzalez on the bench, you have Mateo Kovacic too on the bench, so it's definitely problematic when you have to think of the fact that they have to come back from a goal down at the Etihad in the opening game, while having to do so with what looks like a very botched team. But we'll wait to see how the second half goes as it's kickoff there. Second 45 minutes at the Etihad.
we can max. We raise our flags and put our pride on our back. We feeling like a champion when we shine our light. We got the power, make the nation correct. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
One dream, one moment, one team, one you, lights hot, 1,000 roadblocks, one shot, one truth, no fears, one flag, oh yeah, we've been waiting for this, oh yeah, we all at? We right here! Ya empezó la rumba y estamos celebrando, todo el mundo que me levante la mano, estamos vivos, hay que disfrutarlo, hoy nadie me detiene porque yo no sé parar, no, no. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. Under the sun, elevating their favorite sign when he hit and run. You wanted it, you got it. The whole world is watching, so let's get this poppin'. We all out, we right here. Only one life to live, got so much to give. Fighting for the nation now, that is my gift. Run like a champion and win like a king. That's my only goal, my everything. Live it up now, now.
Good afternoon and welcome to the European football segment of today's Sports Live, the weekend marathon edition. It's Thompson Blessing on the mic to take you through this ride. I'll be here from now up until 4:30 p.m. bringing you stories from the ever exciting world of European football. I've got the guys here with me, Alex Kabari, Ovie Wallet, and of course there is also the demigod in the world of sports, or SAS. Yes, it is time to talk European football. We're going to be talking everything that has to do with European football from the Premier League. Of course, the Premier League is back. It is no longer news that the Premier League is back. And then we have the La Liga. And we also have the German Bundesliga and other leagues that are in Europe. Okay. There's the phone lines and the SMS and the WhatsApp for you to call in and air your thoughts. For the phone lines is 0810-951-0951. Take it again, 0810-951-0951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp too, it is 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962.
One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't.
Like I said, I've got the guys here with me to do the business of talking football. And right here on our screens, we can see Manchester City up against Bournemouth. They're still losing. This is the second half. And we have seen about 5 minutes of play into that game. Alex Kabari, do you think there is any difference in how the both sides have played in these opening minutes of the game?
Yeah, I think it's very, very crucial. Oh wow, Gay has just missed a free header right in front of post of the goal. There's been a big difference too, because Bournemouth have set up well to be able to counter this City side. They've not had much of possession going forward. They've not had much of possession at all, almost anywhere. It's almost like a chalk and hope for the best when they do get out of dangerous situations. This was one of those dangerous situations for City there. Guehi unable to convert. I can't really understand how he doesn't at least get a shot off from that position. Bournemouth are beginning to look a little bit shaky more defensively from how they looked in the first half when it was a bit more solid defensively. Right now, they are looking more and more shaky and tepid. As the game goes on, they'll find a way to balance it out defensively, or else they are bound to give away some easier chances to City, or City are bound to find a way through their defense with some 40 minutes or so left to play. But they have definitely looked like the side who came here with a better tactic or a better way around the citizens. I mean, you're looking at the lineups alone. Like I did say, just from the lineups, you are going to predict that something is very wrong with how City and Enzo Maresca's set up. And at the same time, it is not much of chop and change from Marco Rose. He just took over from his predecessor, being Andoni Iraola, and he knows exactly how he wants to set up the Bournemouth team. He sets them up that way. They've looked to hit on the counter with their fast-paced wingers, Ryan, Justin Kluivert, the goal scorer to Tavernier, and Evan Nielsen up front, and that was very crucial in how they got the go-ahead goal. But like I did say, I have lots of questions about Bournemouth defensively. It's left to see how they are going to be able to stop City from creating as many chances as City have created in the opening 7 minutes of the second half. But it's all left to see how Enzo Maresca and City do adapt. And this is one of those instances where I say Bournemouth will be looking to hurt City on the counter. This is how quickly they can move the ball around to see if they can get a shot away. But City does well to recycle it and will try to start their own attack.
Alex, do you think this is a shocking start for the citizens?
I don't think it's a shocking start. I think City have played very well.
Yeah.
I think they have played well. I do think I would, to some extent, hold Enzo Maresca's lineup to the blame. I definitely think I will. I think City have played well. There's been shocking finishes in front of goal. We just saw the Gehi chance in front of an empty net, as well as an Erling Haaland chance in the first half that he could not connect with properly. So there's been almost clear-cut chances that have not been taken by the citizens. One thing is sure, if they keep creating as much as possible, they would find a way through as many chances as they have been creating. The only danger is, do Bournemouth get a second before you get that equalizing goal? And I think that is what is key for City at this point in time. I do think that Enzo Maresca has got something wrong with that starting lineup, and I was hoping he would rectify it at the start of the second half. I'm seeing Gehi playing in a defensive midfield position, and it is worrying, very, very worrying to see. But one of the advices that he was giving was, don't go with too much chop and change. Try and stick to the team that you have and improve on them as the games go on. And he has not done that in his first two games. So it's still left to see what he can make of his City time, but he's definitely not up to a good start.
Okay, yes, that is Man City trailing at home to Bournemouth by 1-0. And in another center, there is Brighton getting a 4-goal win over Aston Villa, a 4-0 win over Aston Villa. Ovi, any surprises there?
Yeah, well, you could say they're kind of surprised because Brighton, Aston Villa are quite mid-table teams, you want to say, but Aston Villa have been improving leaps and bounds, winning the Europa League and then heading into the Champions League this season. You expected transfers to happen, circulation, but so far so good. They haven't done anything, and instead they've been the side being depleted so far this season, and they haven't been able to cover up those holes. Yuri Telemans leaving the team, as Reconcile leaving the team, and now we've seen that 4-0 in the first 25 minutes, and they have to try to find a way to turn their losses into wins, and it's to go back into the market, reinvest, see how you can plug up those holes, and then convert it into wins, because you'll be heading to the Champions League and you cannot be heading to the Champions League with this squad. Brighton, yes, are a good side. We all know them. Under Fabian Rosella, the man has transformed this team, especially since Roberto De Zerbi left the team. He's transformed the team to a team that can fight well on the continent, or that can head into the continent, into Europe, into Europe's big stages. So it's to see where they take their trades too. But for me, I won't really see surprise in that aspect. But Brighton, Aston Villa, for now it's a done game. Villa are not coming back. Best they can do is get a goal, but that too is going to be hard with just 10 men on the pitch.
Okay, let's get into the nick of things, talking European football.
Yeah, we all at? We right here.
And what better way to start talking football than from the Red Devils, Michael Carrick's Manchester United? Well, Hull City stunned Manchester United on a dream return to the Premier League after 9 years away with a first ever top flight wins against their shell-shocked visitors. United came into the season high on confidence after their end to the 2025/2026 campaign under Michael Carrick. They finished third to qualify for the Champions League, and they had some new summer signings this season. But it was the Tigers, promoted through the playoffs last season, who impressed on their home turf with two defenders on the score sheet. Well, Semi Ajayi gave them lead in the 17th minute when he lashed in after an initial effort by Oli McBurney was stopped by United's keeper Sene Lament. Following in the score sheet, it was defender Nobel Mendy who scored on his debut when he headed in from Regan Slater's free kick to seal a superb success in what will be their first Premier League game since a 7-1 loss against Tottenham. Alex, Manchester United were away yesterday against Hull City. And a lot of people said it was not shocking based on how the transfer window has been for Manchester United. But a whole lot of people also...
Yeah, I have to point. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Some people actually think it's not shocking because they feel like Manchester United has not done enough signings to be able to get that fiery power. But for you, was it a shocking defeat?
And blessing, please permit me to just land straight to the transfer speculation concerning that team. That's a Carrick team that won what? How many points? The second most points in the second half of the Premier League season. Particularly after he arrived at the club, he literally dug them out from wherever they were with Ruben Amorim and was able to send them to the Champions League, albeit comfortably. That's a United side that has a DNA of progress under Carrick. It has not always been that way, but under Carrick, they were beginning to look like, okay, yes, we are finding our feet. We are playing better and we are going to see how we can start digging out results. That did not look like a United side. That did not look like that Carrick's team. But that being said, I don't think it's a result of the transfer. I think, yes, you need to be able to replace players properly. Casemiro was key. Is Tielemans a good replacement? Is Andre Santos a good replacement in that team as well? As could be Mino. Was the manager wrong to not start certain players in different positions? We saw United after a certain Patrick Dogu picked up that injury towards the end of last season. Find ways through other players too, the likes of Amad Diallo, a front three of Diallo, Mbumo and Cunha, and sometimes Benjamin Sheshko. Were they wrong to not start a target man in that game? Those are the questions that should be asked. I think those are the bone of contention when it has to do with United and that performance yesterday. I do think that they played well. I would not take that away from them. They played well. They created lots and lots of chances too.
Yeah.
That is just what they do. The only thing is, what is the result going to look like at the end of the day? What's the result going to look like? You're having 7 to 8 shots on target. It looks very much like the goalkeeper is the man of the match for Hull City. But then the question is always going to be about clinicality. If you go forward, are you going to be able to score? When you create, can you score? And I think that is the main issue. That's what you have to look at when you think of this team right now and what they have, what they could possibly also achieve. It's just a question of how much are you going to be able to go forward and get the goals. And right now, I think you can say they are feeling the bit of that pressure now. There's more than just 40 games that they played last season. There's way more than 40 games. You're playing at least 8 in the Champions League. That's if you crash out. At least 8. You're playing the FA Cup, of course, and the Carabao Cup, depending on how you progress, which I would tip them to progress further than they did last season, which was early round exits in both the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup. So I think they have a lot to prove to themselves. I think there's a lot, and I'm not going to define their season based off just one game. I'm just going to say if anybody needs a wake-up call, that is always the best way to go about it. Yes, starting good. There's that saying, start as you mean to go on. Starting good is everything. But at the same time, if there was any bit of laxity in the team, or if there was any bit of laxation, you have just been handed a 2-0 defeat by newly promoted Hull City away from home, while being able to not register at least a goal. It just means go back to the board. As good as you thought you were, you're definitely not on that level. Go back to the board and see how you can fix things up. Go back to the board and see if it's possible for you to tweak what your best team is now that the transfer market is still on. And particularly since the transfer market is still on, who you can add to the team to make it a little bit more complete, to make it better, all of that. It's just a complete reshape. So go back to your drawing board. It's your warning. Those were your warning shots, and just figure out a way to tweak the team to help them along. And definitely game one is not everything. I would like to say game one is not everything. It's just a matter of getting those results by staying clinical when you do have those chances.
Well, after the defeat, the coach of the Red Devils, Michael Carrick, had this to say. He said, and I quote, "It's just one game. We are disappointed we haven't won. It's not more than that. It's not less than that." And Ovie, Alex just said the same thing. It's just one game. This is just the start of the season. And though it was a defeat to Hull City, it's just one game. And, they have many more games to go. Do you also share the thought of Carrick and Alex? It's just one game.
It's just no, seriously, it's just one game, but it's just the fact that Man U fans said if Carrick has started the season, he has started the season. But it's just one game as always. We won't start judging unless it's 4 games, 5 games, 10 games into the season, and then you can see how it ended. But it's not the first time. I think there was a point in time where Hull City we're topping the table after 5 games, and we're still relegated that season. So anything can still change. All City might still win this match, but who will laugh last? Oh no.
Well, there's also Victor Israel in the house. Victor, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I actually don't know why you're looking at me like that. Don't maybe beat you. Why you look at me like that? From outside, I was hearing the thoughts of Alex, and I want to put it to Alex that I think he didn't actually watch that game, because you're saying that Hull City, the goalkeeper was maybe the man of the match. They had 7 to 8 shots on target. Bro, might tell you how it be. First half, Manchester United had 2 shots on target. Because that game, I don't know why I had concern in the shot on target, but I was particularly concerned about the shot on target.
Okay.
Hull City had 4 shots on target in the first half. United had 2. Miraculously, United won in the shot on target at the 90th minute, where United had 5 shots on target and Hull City had 4. And the man of the match for Hull City had no business to do with the goalkeeper, because the shots were. Imagine when Harry Maguire shoot shots. See that shot, nothing come out. That is how bad United were yesterday. And for it being a one-off game, yes, it is. It's just a one-off game. It's just the beginning of the season. But that might not count at the last day of the season. because we can still say this is just a one-off game. We saw that last season when Liverpool were managing to get wins in the first 5 games, and we were all saying they're not playing well, but they're grinding out results. Some said it was just the start of the season, and with time they will pick up. We saw how it ended. Once it start killing the morale of the team, it will just be like, oh, let's look at next season again because this season is already gone. So if Carrick does not start making things happen, start telling the boys that the preseason is over. We watched the preseason how they lost to, was it Rosenborg? The first preseason game, they lost that game. And okay, it was Wrexham. They lost that game. And we all said it was just the first preseason game. And we saw how they played. It wasn't encouraging. Now the season has started. You're losing to a newly promoted side. And you didn't look convincing. Starting the game with Patrick Dorgu as a winger just shows that the coach is clueless. Because you had Marcus Rashford. Rashford is not a new buy to the Premier League that you could say, oh, he's just coming from Barca. He doesn't really know the terrain of Premier League. Throw him in and let him announce himself once more to the Premier League than starting a left back at a left wing position and it wasn't working. Then at some point, Bruno Fernandes was playing as a the deepest midfielder in that team. It just shows that this team, the coach and everyone, is not ready yet. Maybe in the next game they could be ready, but for now, it's not just a matter of one-off game because this could continue and the next thing United will be looking at is how do we finish in top 6. The next thing we'll be saying, oh, let's get in a new manager, and the circle just continues on and on again. But for we the neutrals, then go cry.
Okay, then we'll cry the words of Victor Israel. But Alex, I want to come back to you and I want to come to you from the defensive angle. Manchester United conceding 2 goals to a Hull City that is back in the Premier League after 9 years. And these people, they finished 6th in the Championship to come back to the Premier League. And Manchester United is conceding 2 goals, 2 unreplied goals to Hull City. How worrying is that defensive display for United and Michael Carrick?
Well, the real question is what is Hull City's identity? How did they play in the championship? How did they play in the playoffs that ultimately brought them there, brought them to the Premier League? First and second automatically gets promoted, as we all know it. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are left to play a couple of playoff games, which is 2 semi-finals and 1 final at Wembley. And from the look of things, it looked almost certain that a 6th place team would be the least likely to come from that playoff spot. But they came through. How did they come through? If you go back to look at the matches that they played, combined in both the home and away games to Millwall. Yes, that was Millwall. It was 0-0 at Millwall and it was 2-0 in favor of Hull City at their home. In the final, it was 1-0 against Middlesbrough to return to the Premier League. You have to ask yourself, what is this team's identity? And I think there you'd find your answer. Now, Hull City are extremely defensive. They know how to sit deep and they are built on just taking their chances when they see them. If they have those chances or when they do get those chances, they will go forward and they will try to hurt you. So almost every approach from the Hull City is going to be from a defensive standpoint, where they see how long they can hold you off and how well it's going to work for them. Now, there are two teams or 2 type of teams that come to the Premier League and survive and they stay in the Premier League. One, it's those that have the money or the funds to pull off what is necessary to stay in the league, signing players, improving their conditions, improving the different positions of the players so that you can maximize results from them. And 2, it's the teams that just sit deep. Those are the teams that have always learned how to survive in the Premier League. Teams that come to the Premier League with progressive football, try to keep possession, try to go toe-to-toe with the teams that are currently in the league, most of them always end up failing. We've seen teams try that and we've seen them fail. Now, the teams that have come and they are like, and you're shouting, why is this team so hard to score against? We saw Sunderland, not only were they the almost undefeated at the Stadium of Light, how many goals did they concede there in the first half of the season, right before going undefeated? It's a combination of those two things, and Hull City have just announced themselves that, okay, I do have those things in my locker there. I am going to be able to, do what it takes to unlock this team when it has to do with just being able to, score goals, hold my own until I score those goals, and just be all-round present in that game. And Hull City have shown that DNA. It's almost like, okay, if you did not watch them in the Championship and you're watching them now in the Premier League for the very first time, and this is their first game, what have you learned from that team? What have you looked at that team and been able to identify and say, okay, so this is how to go about playing Hull City? And I think Manchester United were, what should I call them, the unfortunate ones to find out the hard way that when it has to do with sitting deep. I think I was talking to someone right before the season started. He's a United fan, and he did admit that when United comes up against team that sits deep, they really do not have answers, and that worries him. And I said, do you know that Hull sits very, very deep? From the Championship games I watch, except they are going to change their identity, they sit deep and they find a way to hit you when they progress. Set pieces, crosses into the box, making use of wing backs who have the ability to deliver very good aerial balls. And I just posed that question to him, and he was like, oh, I had no idea. I have not watched them. And I think, if not anything, after yesterday, he definitely has an idea of the identity that Hull City is. So I think it is, as much as it's a defensive calamity for Michael Carrick to try and sort out, at the same time, I would also say it's Hull City showing that identity, and it's you maybe not doing enough background work to figure out exactly how that game was going to go. Because it went exactly how they wanted it to go. But other than that, it is still worrying defensively. The first goal. Look at the first goal. Who was Maguire holding on to again?
No, Mazarawi.
Mazraoui. I don't know who he thought he was. I think he was trying to track Tosin. Or was it Tosin? Semi Ajayi. I think he was trying to track Semi Ajayi and ended up holding his own man. And it was just comical, very comical to see. But it was a moment in the game, because I think Maguire was also one of the best players for United on the pitch yesterday. But that particular moment alone was comical. It just said everything about the state of United's defense. But of course, they'll tell you they still have a Licha who has not returned that could come in and change the defense. But these are all speculations. We want to see them at their very best, with their best team, and see how they look like, or what they look like, to know if they do have any chance of, competing for the title. Season just the start. So everybody's aspirations have to be the Premier League at this point in time. It definitely has to be the Premier League. So we're just left to see how it plays out for them. But like I said, it's one game.
To add to what Alex is saying, I don't see. Just win your match. If you win your match, you don't go explain plenty. You see, United now have made Alex to leave Man City and be explaining Man United. Alex, this explanation you need it again, because like this, another Manchester is taking us somewhere.
I'll still tell you that one game. Now just one
okay.
game.
See, the truth is there.
Oh, we can say it's 2 games now.
Okay.
It's 2.
You see the Manchester brothers. They want to toe the same lane, but the truth is, I think Alex is not actually giving credit to Maguire with what the man did yesterday. We saw him play the center back row. At some point, he was a center forward. Then there was a shot he took from the right wing position. I felt he showed that spirit of a leader yesterday. He was trying to make things work, and I don't want to attribute the blame to the players. Yeah. I want to believe that the players are not properly structured, because we saw how Carrick came in by the time he came in last season, and I want to think that maybe he punched beyond his weight, because United fans would have said, oh, just go in, you don't really have the pedigree, just go in and do whatever you want to do and keep us afloat. And he achieved something very remarkable. But kudos to that. Now this is the main business. It's just like you're doing, some say an IT, and when you're done, you're given the job. Now this is where the business starts. And I felt maybe his very first game, he never had what it took to arrange a team. Because you look at this team, I know United need
He never had what it took to arrange the team. That's what you're saying, Michael Carrick.
No, I don't mean the tools,
Okay.
but the idea to arrange the tools. Because we know United need players to come in. And thank God for Carlos Baleba that is already coming into this team. United also needs a left back because I think gone are those days when they have to be looking to shore. This is the point you leave looking shore and start looking beyond the shores of what United have. And what United have now is take off Luke Shaw from that team. Lisandro Martinez does not stay fit. And I think United needs to grow beyond Lisandro Martinez. I think what they need now is that high-profile centre-back that helps to calm the head in the defence. Maguire is doing a good job, but we need someone that can talk to the back line when it looks like they want to fall apart. Someone that he might not put in those tackles that the camera will show you, but he is that player that when you want to put in a wrong foot, he says, no, calm, don't chase. So this is what United needs. They need a leader in the defense. They need that midfield to have energy so that the other players that do not have this energy can start dropping the passes. Because yesterday I saw 3 players that had more like similar profiles. Andre Santos is not the energetic, fast player that you could say. If you watch the game at the GTX Stadium, we had Mamadou Sangare as the man of the match in that game. His debut in the Premier League, the man was all about energy. He started as the defensive midfielder in that game, but you could see him busting runs into the box because of the energy he had. And I think that is what United lacked yesterday. Tielemans is not that player that goes that covers every blade of grass in that pitch. Then Bruno Fernandes is that player that when you give him the ball, he knows what to do with the ball. But telling him to put in the dirty work, he's not that man. Then you have Andre Santos. I feel Santos is that kind of defensive midfielder that looks a bit slow. Because there is a reason why he couldn't push out Moises Caicedo from that Chelsea team. There's a reason why Chelsea went on to get Romeo Lavia. So I feel United needed Kobe Mino in that team to start that game. Because we know what Kobe Mino used to do then. There's a reason why so many Manchester United fans said he's a generational talent because of that work he puts in there. He might not be the high-profile name, but he will do the dirty work. Then let Tielemans and Bruno Fernandes pick out those passes. Then let the likes of Carlos Baleba hold the helm as the defensive midfielder. While Kobe Mino does the running, then Bruno is there to pick out the passes. Then you have a balanced midfield. You can't have the same profile players playing in the same row. They will all be playing similar things. It's just like Liverpool playing Gravenberch. We know he's a box-to-box player playing in a defensive midfield position. So Bosley is a box-to-box. They all have an attacking mindset. They have a Florian Wirtz in front of them, all having an attacking mindset. When they have the ball, they will all travel. When they lose the ball, the defensive mindset does not tick immediately because these players are not defensive players. They will not react immediately. A defensive midfielder knows his first job is protect the defense. So what United actually lacked that yesterday was that more like that combo. But I believe Baleba will be coming in. He will bring that balance. Then let's bring in Kobe Mino into that team. Maybe we could be doing more like a shift duty. Maybe Tielemans plays this game. The next game, we might see Kobe Mino starting that game. The next game, let's just rotate it so that everyone will understand that I need to be on my toes for me to be in the starting lineup. I don't just get thrown in because of the name I had before, but because of what I can do now. Because Carrick is not a high-profile manager. United will not be patient. He's not a Pep Guardiola that you say, oh, maybe if he doesn't do it now, he will think of something and he will do it later. United we saw how Amorim came off the back of winning the Portuguese league and he was shown the exit door. Now look at a man that has not done it anywhere. So United will not be patient. If they look at it, maybe the first 15 games of the season and United are not in the top 10, they will just say, this one, I think maybe you are only good for interim basis. This is the time to leave the club, and they move on and on again. So I don't want that for Manchester United. I actually want them to get themselves back on track. But I know why they keep your face like that. I go still laugh them. The truth is, I go still laugh them. But they just need to get things done properly, so that this is the start of the season. We don't want. I've been hearing people saying Arsenal will run away with the title. Yesterday I heard maybe 20 points. That is not what I want to see in the Premier League. I want to see a case where it goes down the wire. We want to see 3 teams dragging at the end of the season, not one team using Boko Haram football, using Haram football to run away with our title.
Well, it's now time for you to call in on the show. You've heard the thoughts of the guys. Hull City were 2-0 winners over Manchester United. Manchester United fans, do you still believe in Carrick ball? We have been hearing Carrick ball everywhere. Do you still believe in that? Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Okay, your thoughts. Sorry, you said Doku.
Yes, he's injured. He's injured. Yeah.
Why is the score? Is it 1-0?
Yeah, it's still as it stands. It's 1-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can keep the calls coming in. The phone line is 08109510951. And for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-9339-962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
Sylvester. I'm calling from Kongonoko, Abuja, the local government. The
Sylvester,
most peaceful community. Sylvester
welcome.
General.
Welcome.
Yeah, and I your call.
Okay, your thoughts, please.
For the game that man played yesterday, I think Carrick miscalculated the game by dropping Kobe Mark on the bench and Ahmad Diallo on the bench. Yeah. Nothing special for them. It's the first match. Man will bounce back. They will bounce back. That is my belief. They will bounce back.
Okay.
And therefore, for them to register, I wanted to go and sign. I wanted to go and sign somebody that would be forcing the attack. I was partner with partner that attack.
Manchester United has Zexi somewhere. Manchester United has Zexi somewhere. Do you not think Zexi is enough?
Is it?
Manchester United also have Joshua Zirkzee to pair with Benjamin Sesko.
Okay. I believe I see Michael Carrick. He will do something great for them.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very
much. For my team, just point of correction, Aston Villa is stopping the table. They are feeling Brighton is stopping the table. They are feeling Aston Villa with 4-0 first half.
Yeah.
So they are top of the table.
Yeah.
So my team Chelsea will beat Fulham black and blue.
Okay. Thank you very much for your thoughts, Sylvester. Thank you. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Name and location.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mike.
Okay, Mike, welcome.
Yeah, I think for that game, I'm not sure there's any better time for you to experiment your player. In the first game should be the one that you use to see whatever that you want to see on the game coming to the main business. Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
So I believe that what Carrick did yesterday, he must have seen his mistakes. So that first game, it should be enough for him to know what is going to happen in subsequent games. I hope he has seen his mistakes and he will take correction from upcoming games. So it's just the first game. I don't want to fault him. I don't want to say anything wrong. If he's a good coach, from the next game, I think we will see what he has in store for Manchester United.
Okay,
Then
thank
for
you.
Manchester City, even when you see when big coaches leave, I don't know if it's just almost a plan. The next one that comes in, they will not want that coach to succeed. Maybe not be like what he did. Look, so I just believe that maybe Maresca will find it very difficult in Manchester City if he wants to, because they won't like to. He will just come in and then be winning. He will look at what Pep Guardiola did was fluke. So I want to believe that this my own thought is always on point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike, for your thoughts. Well, Manchester City has gotten one back, and it is now City 1, Bournemouth 1. Alex, how did that goal come in?
A set piece from the right hand side. Well, I did say that City were lacking clinicality there because they were able to create, but they were not able to take those chances that they did create. This time around, it came from the form of a Phil Foden cross, and Gehi was there to latch onto it, the header into the back of the net, and it looks very much like City want to get the upper hand again on this tie. Bournemouth, as they were on the last day of the season, have been pegged back at almost at the end, or should we say right at the end of it all. But they are still, of course, it's Bournemouth, and they are still going to try to find a way to see if they could go ahead. Bournemouth having more of the possession since City found the equalizer in a space of time where he thought City would actually push for the winner, and it looks more like Bournemouth right now are comfortably holding possession and starting attacks whenever they want to. They've just earned themselves a free kick. So yes, City did well to get themselves back into the game with what I would say is a deserved goal. This game could still go anywhere. Particularly, I would be curious to see how much time is added on at the end, and if there will be enough time for someone to maybe snatch the winner.
Well, it's almost full time without added time yet. It's 2 minutes to the end of the game in normal time. Do you think it's a good result for City if it ends like this?
Good performance, not good results. I think good performance. We wanted to see them play better than Arsenal. I don't think it's a good result. I think it's definitely a good performance from Manchester City. You know, the way they were able to attack today. They looked like they played way better than not just look like, it definitely is the truth that they played better than they did when they came up against Arsenal in that 3-0 defeat. Also on that day too, I did say they were unlucky because there was a couple of clearances, almost off the line clearances and interceptions, and Raya with exceptional saves. So the scoreline too may have been a little bit flattering when it has to do with Arsenal, but make no mistake, they were the better side on the day. As it is today, City have been the better side, but the results have not reflected that. Maybe they have something to think about when it has to do with clinicality and, of course, the build-up, when you want to build up properly with your team. And, well, it's not over yet, so it could still get very good for City in terms of getting the 3 points, or it could also be disastrous in terms of losing all three. As it stands now, it's 1 point for both sides to gain, but we're left to see how it goes.
Okay, we are definitely left to see how it goes, because Manchester City right now at the Etihad are drawing by a goal. They are leveled on points with Bournemouth. And in another center, we have Brighton still leading Aston Villa by 4-0. Well, you can keep the calls coming in for all we have talked about Manchester United. Fans, how excited are you for Michael Carrick's new season? They lost against Hull City yesterday by 2-0. Do you think it's just one game, or you think that this one game can tell you a lot about how the season is going to go? 08109510951. That is for the phone lines, and for the SMS and the WhatsApp for 2070193399962.
Don't get
Well, it seems like there is going to be a check for a check for that goal that was called, a disallowed goal that was called by Josko Vadio. Was that offside?
It looked very tight. On the first look, it looked like an offside goal. Flag went up almost immediately, but on review, it looks like a goal, and City have won it. Like I did say, I mean, I'll tone it down a bit here, but. But yes, the goal has been awarded. It looks like James Hill did play on Josko Vadio, who latched onto a beautiful pass by Ryan Cherki there to seal all 3 points with what is left of about 60 seconds to play, or even less. There was only 3 minutes added on.
Alex, you're not saying this is the way we are supposed to say it. Man City score. They score Bournemouth. Now, Man U, they cry. How?
I don't understand.
Why were you cleaning your eyes? Why were you cleaning your eyes? You see, these people now, they are listening to you. They know you are cleaning your eye.
I'm not cleaning my eye. I don't understand what is. What concern Manchester United and Man City right
what
now?
concern Manchester United is the fact that of all the big teams that will play this week, now only them go lose. Just so you know. Yeah, it's only them. See, the truth is, Manchester City, sometimes it's good for you to put the ball in the back of the net, even if you feel you're offside. Put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah.
Because we saw Vadio just, I feel some players will say, I'm in an offside position. Let's just let the ball go. But we've seen City steal the game from behind, and it's actually a good one.
Yeah.
And I think we are getting ready for the game at St. James's Park. Lineups are out already.
Okay, the lineup, yes. Liverpool is going to be taking on Newcastle is going to be taking on Liverpool this afternoon by 4:30, and very shortly we will be giving you the lineup to that very highly anticipated match. Victor said it's only one big six that will lose today. Well, there is still a big six that is not yet playing. This one from the SMS and WhatsApp from the SMS portal says, well done, lady and gentlemen. Please update me on Liverpool match lineup and latest on transfers. Well, for the transfers, there is a transfer show that is going to be coming up very, very soon. But for the lineup, Victor, please, the lineup.
Okay, for the lineup of the Newcastle game against Liverpool, in goal, Newcastle have Honishek, Dedic, Malik Chow, Botsman, and Lewis Hall as the 4 men in the back line. Then there is Miley, Steele, Anthony Elanga in the midfield. Then Yohan Wissa, Harvey Barnes, and Osula completing the 11 there for Newcastle. Then over to Liverpool, we have Alisson Becker in goal, Frimpong, Jeremy Jake making his debut alongside Virgil van Dijk and Milos Kekes as the 4 men in the back line. Then in the midfield is the regular boys, Ryan Gravenberg, Dominic Szoboszlai, and Florian Wirtz. Then in the right wing position, the ever talked about right wing position, Rio Ngumoa makes his first start as a right winger for Liverpool. Then on the opposite flank, we have Cody Gakpo and Alexander Isak completing the lineup for Liverpool. And for the current transfers for Liverpool, I think it's still down to let's wait till the last day, just as the manager said yesterday. So let's wait till the final days of the transfer window. But the lineups are out and everyone is looking very much eager to go. Alexander Isak was already booed on his way in the stadium by the Newcastle faithfuls. But we are not surprised.
They are still holding on to that.
No. Every fan, you can't tell a fan how to feel.
Yeah.
So every fan he said it already that you can't tell the fans how to feel. Alexander Arnold came out the other day to say he understands why they are booing him. So it's normal with football. Fans have a short memory. They don't really care what you did before. But what you do now matters a lot. So, well, we are getting ready. The Manchester City game is over and City have stolen the win at the dying embers of the game. And it still shows that, yes, this City are also that team to watch for this season.
Yes, City is still that team to watch for this season as the match at the Etihad Stadium is done and City has gone away with all 3 points at the dying minute of the game. And in the other center, it is Brighton that were 4 goals to nil winners over Aston Villa.
That's sweet when you reach that. That's sweet when you reach that.
Well, let's move forward and let's look at a certain London club, Tottenham. Well, Tottenham were 3 goals to nil losers. They lost by 3 goals to Brentford, and that was a very alarming opening day for Roberto De Zerbi's side. After all the spendings, that is what some people would like to see, and I think I'm part of the group of people that would say after all the spendings, Spurs would be set to top the £300 million mark on new faces this summer once they get, or if they complete the deals for Savinho and Omar Mamouche. Well, Brentford saw goals from Lewis Potter, Janelet, and Michael Coyote, and there was also a penalty miss by Igor Thiago. And Ovi, I would want to come to you. What exactly went wrong for Tottenham yesterday?
Well, I don't even know what went wrong for Tottenham. 400 million spent in the transfer market, and they are still going to spend more, according to Roberto De Zerbi. They haven't done enough, and it showed that money is not everything. Yeah.
You know, that thing.
Yeah. See. No. I'm talking about in this case. It's good that you have the money, you've gotten the players, but now how you use those players, that's the case. But we'll see how he does it. We'll see how he does it. But for now, I think I don't know what happened. It just collapsed.
Okay, we'll definitely see how he does it. But let's go on this commercial, and when we are back, we'll talk more.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Long time no see you, which one you do? Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shokos of say, we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you come, our product don't enter market, long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design, as big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, glass, board, wood shake, and rubber. No forget saying that Dr. Agnes one man where the manufacturer Agnes one man data tooth powder. Nice to carry this open product enter market to Wakaskele Wugali as until enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at N Expressway. Or Sistema Bar for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
us, we can max. We raise our flags and put our pride on our back. We feeling like a champion when we shine our light. We got the power, make the nation correct. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
Yes, it is still today's Sports Live, the weekend marathon edition, and it's Thompson Blessing right here holding down things in the European football side of things. And we have been having a whole lot of discussion from Manchester United's worrying loss to Hull City. And we've been asking Manchester United fans, do you still believe in Carrick ball, or do you think that, okay, it's just one game and something might still happen? Or you think that this defeat is actually a very bad one and it can tell how far your season can go? And we're also talking about Brentford 3-0 win over Tottenham. And I was getting the thoughts of Ovi right here. I was asking Ovi what went wrong, and Ovi was just giving me his thoughts before we went on that break. We're still going to be hearing the voice of Ovi Wallace. Ovi, I was still asking what went wrong. The big money spendings, they brought in a whole lot of players. You take quality players that have experience about what the league is, players that have been in the Premier League and they know how the Premier League goes and how it runs. So what actually went wrong for Roberto De Zerbi's side yesterday?
Well, for De Zerbi, for him, he doesn't believe he's gotten the full setup. He doesn't believe he's gotten all the players he needs. We know they are still in the market for a striker. They say they need a striker, and from reports, they want to add 3 more strikers. And we could see they had no bite up front. They're still looking at wingers as well too. And they're looking at Omar Mamouche and Savio. They want to add them to the squad as well too. Especially have to look with the absence of there's no Romero there. DJ Spencer has left to Inter Milan, so they've lost 2 strongholds in defense, and we could see if a leaky defense. Martin Dubraka too is gone now. It's Kinski that is there in between the sticks. So lots of people have gone from the team, and they need to fill it up. It's a rebuild. That's what you say. It's a rebuild. It's going to take time. The man managed to hold the team to survive last season. Now in this season, I think they are aiming for much more higher to see how they can qualify for Europe outright. But I said in that last match, it all just collapsed for them. They just didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to expect, and for Brentford, they just had the upper hand from start to finish.
For Brentford, they just had the upper hand from start to finish. Coming over to you, Victor. Ovi said something about Roberto De Zerbi saying they are not yet complete as a team. And yes, he did say that they are not yet complete as a team. What immediate priorities do you think that De Zerbi has to focus on? Is it the midfield? Is it the defense, or even the attacking fluency of the team?
First off, before we talk about the fact that we spent money, let's look at the players that they got in. How many of them started those games? I think for the new players, we could just say we had Marcos Senesi in the defense and Andrew Robertson, and we know that those players didn't even cost a fortune. Andrew Robertson was a free agent coming into the team. Senesi, I couldn't recall, but I think Senesi also didn't cost a fortune coming over from Bournemouth. Then you look at the team that started that game. They had lots of their first team players on the bench. They had the likes of, not even on the bench, because Van den Ven, Xavi Simons, Mohamed Kudus, Pedro Porro, they are all injured. And they were watching that game from the stands. And it shows that when Roberto De Zerbi says they are not complete, he doesn't just imply to the incomings from the transfer, but the fact that the team is not complete. Because we saw lots of, if those players were available, we would be seeing Van den Ven in defense. We would be seeing Pedro Porro from the right back. We would be seeing Kudus from the wings, because in the wings we had a certain more, an academy product there in more starting that game. We won't even be seeing Richarlison starting that game. But yesterday, Richarlison did start before Dominic Solanke came in the second half. Xavi Simons will be in the midfield. Rodrigo Bentancur was on the bench. So the players are there, but they are not actually there right now. De Zerbi's team will come good, But the problem I have with the team is that will he be able to put them all together? Because when I see these players, I see lots of promising players. Kudus, Simons, Madison. How does he make everyone start working at the same time? Because we have the same kind of players in and around, and the news getting to us that Omar Mamouche is also heading there. Savinho is heading there, and they're also looking at Cody Gakpo. And when I look at the Mamouche deal and look at Gakpo, I see similar players. Gakpo and Mamouche are more like inside forwards. When you get those two players that love coming from the left wing into the central region, how do you play both of them together? So I feel some players will believe in this team. We might be seeing the likes of Dominic Solanke. If he doesn't shake off his injury problems, he might be shipped out of this team, because if Mamouche is coming, he would want to play from the middle. He would want to play from the left. You also have Gakpo. If Gakpo is going there, he would want to play from the middle. He would also want to play from the left. How do you make all these players happy? How do they get playing time? I think sometimes too much, when the players are too many, you tend to make mistakes, because immediately you feel something is not working, you bring in another player. And sometimes you don't just work on the strategy, rather you look at the profile of players that you want to bring in. So for Tottenham, I feel it's still a good one. Yesterday, they were worse. If we are talking about the fact that United didn't play well, then Tottenham were very shambolic, because from the start of the game to the very end of the game, Tottenham looked scared. Because I don't understand how Brentford did not even park the bus. They were all at them.
Yeah. So
it was just a case of there was a missed penalty that most person that didn't watch the game did not notice. That Igor Thiago actually missed the penalty, and there were lots of chances that came back in and they missed it. Then you look at Tottenham. The only chance that Tottenham had, you will forget it because you couldn't even remember, because that was how bad Tottenham were. Madison was just looking from the bench. I think one of the first shot of the game was Matistel playing a free kick. A free kick that, blessing, if you are in goal, you save that free kick. That is how bad it was. So Tottenham just needs to get some things right. Lots of players, we've seen them before have lots of players and still finish 17th.
Yeah.
They were attributed to injuries. Now, most of them are still injured. The same story is still being written again. The ones that are coming in, these are good quality players. We couldn't see the outburst of Robertson, the normal run, we will say run Robertson. We couldn't see him yesterday. Even to complete passes, it was very, very bad. Begva couldn't make complete passes. Even the second goal was an error from the goalkeeper to the midfield and all that. So everything needs to start working in sync for this Tottenham team. You see, you can still spend 400 million and finish 17th. Because we saw last season, Liverpool spent 400 million, couldn't defend title. Tottenham can still finish, spend 400 million and still become that big 17 that they are. So let them just make everything start working. If not, when Ovie said if they finish in the Champions League spots that they're punching above their weight, we all attacking.
Yeah.
But looking at yesterday's game, if they finish in Europa League spots, they should be thanking God.
It's just a single game.
That is what I'm saying. Now, from good morning, they talk, how are you? We are all saying it's just the first game. It's just the first game. Now, so we are all saying it's just a first game. Now, so it takes starts. You can fumble in your first game and carry on that mentality, maintain status quo to the end of the season. You can still see, Ovie said Hull City were leading the table at some points that season, but they went back that same season. So the mentality you use, Tottenham mentality, will just go and wear their number 17 and still go back to 17. So let's start now. The points you gather now will come back next season to help you. See that first 5 games that Liverpool used God I beg to win. It helped them to secure a place in the Champions League last season. So let's start now. Everybody should start getting things done. But bless this is all of when they talk say it's just first game. If Liverpool go lose for St. James's Park, now just first game.
Well, there is Benjamin Mina in the house. Benjamin, it seems like you don't buy the idea of it's just first game.
Well, it's just the first game. the last World Cup, okay, not this one, the previous World Cup before this one, Argentina lost the first game. They were champions. Motivational speaker. United lost the first game this season. And they were relegated. Don't mind me. Come on, I feel. Come on. In as much as it's the first game, come on. I believe the way you start the race sometimes determines how you're going to end it. It's a relay race. It's this race that how do they call this long distance race? Marathon. It's a marathon. Yeah. Yeah, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Sprint is the cup games, right? So I feel that there's always time to learn. We saw the game against City, and I was angry when I saw the lineup. How can you keep benching Phil Foden? I'm sorry, Ryan Checky for Phil Foden. Even me, that's not a professional coach. I'm not a professional coach. I know that Ryan Checky is supposed to be starting games. You would say he went to the World Cup, yeah. But ask yourself, in that World Cup, how many games did he play? The man is as good as I went to the World Cup. I played a few minutes. So the guy is fit. He came in and he got 2 assists. For those of you that carried him in the fantasy like me, I get points. But the truth is, see, these managers need to learn. It's the first game, yeah. But for United, I saw this coming. I didn't see that they were going to lose against Hull, but I saw that their season, they would have a kind of season that is going to be up and down because, for God's sake, you're playing more games this season. How many players do you sign? You didn't sign much players. Are you banking on the likes of Mazraoui? For God's sake, Mazraoui and Mbeumo, they resemble. They confuse you. Yesterday, I was seeing how Maguire was marking Mazraoui. How can you be, you're still lining up with this same backline? Okay, Fernandez said, hey, I'm not going to sign a new deal. That should be a concern for United hierarchy because he's the best player in that team. You didn't sign players. Okay, you're banking on, what's his name, Mason Mount. He's always going to be injured. As a matter of fact, he's injured. You understand? You're now banking on, what's his name, the Dutch international, Matthias de Ligt. The man is injured. You're banking on Lisandro Martinez. He's just coming from the World Cup. That man cannot give you straight 15 or 10 games straight. He will not. He's always injured. Are you banking on these players to go all the way in the Champions League, Premier League, Carabao Cup, FA Cup? Well, let me not be thinking for the man. Maybe the man is thinking that maybe this competition will not go far. So why they go waste money on players? But the truth is, he needs to get these players. See, Arsenal won the league last season. Yeah, we talk about the continuity, the trajectory, second, first, and all that. But Arsenal had one of the richest squad in the Premier League in terms of squad depth. This season, they are doing the same thing. So the Premier League is this thing is long. So you have to get your squad depth intact. If not, there's going to be a problem. There was a time when United were suffering from injuries. You look at, you see Hayden, you see this one small boy and all that. We start. Yeah, they've added Rashford back to the squad, but Rashford is just a player. Rashford could play as a number 9. But where I'm concerned about is the centre back and the defensive midfielder. What's his name? The experience. Casemiro has left with his experience. Yeah, you could give Kobe Mino a chance. Yeah. But you need another player in that midfield position. And then the centre-back position. You can't be having Maguire's shenanigans today, next week again, the other time again. You understand? What's his name now? Jones has left Man United after many years as a legend. We keep hearing Jones is a United player. We need to see he has signed a new deal 1 year. Matthias de Ligt has come to take his place. Jones' place now. He's a United player, always injured. I still wrap my head around why will a player like Luke Shaw still be a United player? That guy should be playing in the lower teams. With all due respect to the man, see, I don't know, but, well, it's just the first game again. Let's Let us say it's the first game. But the truth is, be it the first game or not, 3 points have been deducted from you. That 3 points could either crown you a champion, or that 3 points can make you not to qualify for the Champions League. That is one thing you should know. And brilliant, the biggest of managers want to start their season with 3 points. Like Victor rightly said, those goals, those wins that Liverpool came from behind the early part of last season to win, take it or leave it, help them qualify for the Champions League. Yeah, last season we saw United, Michael Carrick, the players were hungry, they want to play for Carrick and all that. They've done their bit. This is a new season. Bring in players. Who did you sign? Andre Santos. The guy that could not even make first team in Chelsea. You're bringing him in. An exciting player, yeah, but this is not the time for United to start looking. Yeah, you could add experience and youth. So for me, I think they want to start in the brightest of notes and get good results. But as it stands, it's the first game. Nana we talk. Well, let's see what the first game will do. But I feel the way you start the race sometimes, in most cases, gives you that momentum. Football is a psychological game. You lose the game and you say, oh, God. See, trust me, if City has lost today, most of these players will lose faith in Enzo Maresca immediately. Especially that 3-0 bashing in the Community Shield. Now losing again to Bournemouth for the first time. Bournemouth is beating them at home. At the Etihad.
Yeah.
But even if City did not, this is not the City we used to know, but they grinded that result. Now, that result will now propel their momentum in terms of mental state. They say, okay, we've grinded our result. Next week, if they are losing, they say, we did it last week. Let's do it. We can still do it again. But what will United say next week if they are losing? Let's say 1-0 or 2-0.
We lost 2-0. Now we are losing 1-0.
What will come to their head is we lost 2-0 before in the first game, and we are losing 2-0 now. Can we really grind that result? That doubt will be coming into your head.
Yeah.
Because these are human beings and not machine. Doubts will be coming into your head. But if you had won that game or get something out of it, you lose to say we can get something out of it. We did it last week. Come on, we can do it again. So it's the first game, like you said. Everton are topping United. Leeds United are topping United. Look at the table. Don't look at the table. It's still early. Okay. Make we see.
Okay.
But the earlier, the better. Start early and finish strong.
Okay, the earlier the better, according to Benjamin Mina. You can keep the calls coming in 08109510951, 08109510951. And for the WhatsApp and the SMS portal, it's 070193399962, 070193399962.
I'm a rep where I'm coming from. Every nation under the sun, elevating their favorite sign when he.
Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Samuel. I'm calling you from Olo.
Welcome, Samuel.
Let me talk a little about the Premier League.
Okay.
Okay, I think what affected Man U yesterday was probably the coach was just trying to do a new thing because I don't understand the formation he used yesterday, playing Bruce Fernandes, Santos, and the new guy.
Yuri Telemans.
Yeah, it's playing three of them in the midfield. Even me, when I saw it, I was just like, they will lose this match. And finally they lose the match. So they just wait and see because they can lose. You can lose your first match and still go on to win this thing. So I'm just giving all the teams that lose their first match. I will just give them a this is from the second, third match as well because even Aston Villa that lose today. I think last season their first 5 or 6 match, their first 4 to 5 matches last season, Aston Villa were unable.
Hello, do we still have you on the line? Okay, I think it was a joke. Do well to call back as we would like to hear your thoughts on the show. 08109510951 08109510951. Manchester United fans, do you still believe in Michael Carrick? Do you still believe that he can take you forward? Well, for today, we are going to be seeing Newcastle against Liverpool in the next, let's say, 6 minutes, because that's going to be taking place by 4:30. The match is going to be starting by 4:30, and it's going to be at the St. James's Park. Well, it has been a summer of change for both clubs. And Slot has gone out of Liverpool, and he has made way for Adoni Iraola. And we also have Newcastle United also having a change in managerial position. Well, the both sides are going to be taking on each other in just a few minutes. Let me come to you. Let me start with you, Victor. What are your expectations for this match? A whole lot of changes has happened between these two sides. What are your expectations for the match? Benjamin, please, can you say that again?
Shola to score.
Okay, you heard it.
That is the only joy United fans have had since yesterday, but it's all good. See, the truth is, today's game, we don't really know what to expect in the two games, in the two teams, because you look at Matiaso coming into Newcastle. I think no one knows what the man has in store. No one knows his kind of football. But from his previous teams, you could say that he loves to play an energetic football, hit you on the attack and all that. And we know that the St. James's Park is never a comfortable place to go to, irrespective of the fact that, yes, Liverpool have used that as a farmhouse, always going there, trying as much as they can. Even with a one-man down, they always get a result. But this is Andoni Iraola's team. This is not Jurgen Klopp or Arne Slot's team. This is Andoni Iraola's team, and with what he did with this Bournemouth team, you could say that, yes, he could go there and get a result, because I believe during his days in Bournemouth, he went there and got results. But this is just the first game of the season. Everyone is fresh off new ideas, trying to see how everything can work out there. But judging by what Liverpool played during the preseason, I could say that maybe this game just starts with Liverpool leading 2-0 and throwing away the lead and coming back to draw. So it's just going to be chaotic. It's just going to be chaotic. But I'm telling you for a fact that this Liverpool team know that, yes, they want to put out a statement. They want to show that, yes, last season was just a fluke, and that they can do it. They still have winners in that team. The likes of Virgil van Dijk is still there. Though they lost lots of leaders in the team, Andy Robertson leaving, Mohamed Salah leaving, and the likes of Ibrahima Konate. So these are the best part of the fulcrum of this team that won the league with Slot, and also the part of the team that won the league with Jurgen Klopp. Yeah. So they know what is at stake. Virgil van Dijk said that this team still needs more additions, and that the new boys will be bedded in with time, and with time this team will come good. But I believe that time starts now. We don't want to just be giving stories and explanations like the red part of Manchester, trying to explain. See, now God save Alex today. Alex would have been explaining, but
can you just leave the Manchester out? Just leave
I'm trying to leave Manchester out, but the red part is just coming close to me like this, just coming close.
There's this parable where they say, "Woman, we get miscarriage. Woman ain't never born. Need to laugh the one we get miscarriage. Man, you don't play. They don't know their fate. Liverpool never play, so no laugh United."
Please just tell that to Victor.
You see, I'm not laughing anybody. I'm only pointing out. See, this season we are ready for you. When you lose a game, they always come for you. Blessing. I believe you've watched the game in the viewing center. If you watch the game there,
worst place to lose a game.
What's here? If you wear your jersey to the viewing center, he go hungry you to pull them out, because they will be telling you stories and all that. Imagine, even teams that have not even served tea in European tournaments will be laughing at you. So But for the game today, we hope to see a very fantastic game. Isaac going back to his hunting ground, hoping not to be hunted. And he said this time he wants to go there to silence the crowd there. But talk is free.
Yeah.
It's time to get the action done. And I think that the game starts in the next 2 to 3 minutes. But let's get our eyes on it and hope that United does not happen to us today.
United. Victor, you're going to tell me your problem with United. Anyways, like we said, it is 3 minutes to the game, Newcastle versus Liverpool. And Benjamin, just quickly, which players are you going to be watching out for? I mean, there have been lots of players departing from Newcastle United. They have lost Anthony Gordon, Sandro Tonali, and Bruno. But they have not really made a whole lot of big signings to replace what they have lost. And Liverpool have also had their fair share of losses, but at least they have made some signings. Alexander Isak coming back to Newcastle. What are the players? Who are the players you are watching out for?
Well, it's this is always going to be a cracker. The game between Liverpool and Newcastle. Well, they are before the game. Few minutes before the game, there were tributes for Kelvin Keegan, the late Kelvin Keegan that played for Newcastle and then played for Liverpool. Shola Miobi, you were able to see Shola Miobi again, former Newcastle United and Nigerian international. Excuse me. It's for me. I look at for the Liverpool side, I'd say I look at a couple of players that I want to watch. Yaket is one of them. The man put up a good performance against Como. We saw his debut goal. You could say that's a friendly game. So, but I saw. I'm not hyping him now, but I saw how physical the man could be in terms of shielding away strikers and midfielders. So I told people that the way Liverpool started against Como, that same starting 11 is what we are going to be seeing for a few part of the season until maybe Bakola comes in or Mbaye or what's his name, Jakob Minte gets to make that transfer. If he gets to see the light of the day, if I could see. I'm after Yaket, I'll be looking at Jakob. I'm sorry, what's his name now? The young uncapped English player, that's Rion Gumoa. The man showed a glimpse of what he can do. He played from the right side last game against Como, but that's not his favorite position. That's he wants to be playing from the left side so that he can cut in and take the shots. But again, there's Cody Gakpo in that position, and Cody Gakpo showed in the last game that the friendly game, the last preseason, that he could actually, he could still be that Cody Gakpo that came in from the World Cup and keep putting those numbers. So we are looking at I'm looking at these two players for now, and then maybe in the second half we could be. And then this season is a break or mar for Florian Wirtz. So I'm looking at what he's going to do, because last season, many gave him that they cut him some slack because it was his debut season, trying to know the league and all that. But hey, trust me, this season is either he gets it or he becomes the talk of everybody. So I'm watching out for these three players. Yaket, what's his name now? Florian Wirtz and Rion Gomoa. Then for the Newcastle United side, that's the part of the reason why the former manager of the side, Eddie Howe, left, because key players were sold. And that's likes of Bruno Guimaraes, Anthony Gordon, they were actually sold and couldn't replace. When Isak was sold, Votamadi came in as a replacement. Yeah, but why can't you replace these players? The club has got money, so why can't you spend? It's not as though the PSR, they are close to the PSR limit, so the manager had to go. But again, I'm looking at how Newcastle are going to be faring under their new manager. Who am I going to be looking at? I'm going to be looking at Wiza and Ushola. Ushola has been a thorn in the flesh for the couple of games he has played last season. So I'm looking at the young man. The young man, many would say is from Nigerian descent, but right now the man is not Nigerian until he decides to play for the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
But again, the man is energetic. He runs at the defenders. He doesn't stop. So I'm going to be looking at him to see if what he did last season was not just a fluke. Continuity is what I'm looking at. That's number one. Then I'm going to be looking at Wiza. Wiza didn't really perform last season because of injuries. He came in from Brentford, forced that move. The guy, got injured and all that. So I want to be looking at him to see if he could be that visa we knew at Brentford. So these are the players that I will be looking at. By the way, Oshola have been given the number 10 shirt, the Anthony Gordon shirt, so he wears the number 10 shirt. On our screens, the game has started. Alexander Isak. I expect him to have a hostile reception coming back to the Newcastle ground. That's I've forgotten the St. James's Park. Yeah, so I expect him to get that hostile, but I expect him to put the ball at the back of the net for me.
Okay, yeah. Liverpool fans, you can call in and tell us, how do you think your club would fare under the first game under Adoni Iraola, the first Premier League game under Adoni Iraola? 08109510951. That is for the phone line. 08109510951. And for the SMS portal and also WhatsApp portal, 0701 9339962 0701 9339962.
One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
Strength in numbers is a force we can max. We raise our flags and put our pride on our back. We feeling like a champion when we shine our light. We got the power, make the nation correct. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
Well, yes, Newcastle versus Liverpool right there at the St. James's Park, right on our screen. And right now we are seeing Adoni Iraola giving some instruction to his boys. Well, that is all we can take for the European football segment of today's Sports Live, the weekend marathon edition. My name is Thompson Blessing, and it was nice doing the show with you. The transfer show is going to be coming up next with Alex Kabari. The next voice you're going to be hearing right now is the voice of Alex Kabari.
One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. Under the sun, elevating their favorite sign when he hit and run. You wanted it, you got it. The whole world is watching, so let's get this poppin'. We all out, we right. Only one life to live, got so much to give. Fighting for the nation now, that is my gift. Run like a champion and win like a king. That's my only goal, my everything. Live it up now, now. Live it up now.
All right, good evening and welcome to the transfer special. You know how we do it from 4:30 down till 6 p.m. It's going to be Alexander Kabari, the voice you're hearing, guiding you through the matters. I'm seeing men dancing already. It's 4 minutes in and I'm seeing men dancing already. Victor, the smile on your face is not a very, very pleasant one because over there at St. James's Park, 1 minute I turned towards the screen and I saw Ryan Gravenberch racing towards the Newcastle goal. I turned back to look at you. I turn back again and I'm seeing 1-0. Walk me down how that happened, Victor.
Just the downside when you are on the ascendancy, the fact that the back line is is left unprotected. That's what happened because when Osula laid the pass down to Antonio Elanga, I just said he has scored. Though Benjamin wanted to dispute that, but the fact that Liverpool still lacks a defensive midfielder in that team shows that when they tend to lose the ball up there, there is no protector when it comes to the defense there. But it's still very much early in the game. And I did tell you that this game, Blessing, I did tell Blessing that this game will be very chaotic in terms of the outcome. And I think this is just a good start for the chaos to start. So it's a good one. It's a good one. Though I saw some bad belly coming in. I saw Arsenal, Manchester United. If Arsenal they laugh person, Manchester United will follow laugh. I don't understand. Manchester United and laugh shouldn't be in the same sentence. So Blessing, please. Exit the group chat.
Victor, it's banter, isn't it?
It's supposed to be here
now.
It's
banter. I don't know.
I don't know why Osas is here. I only came in to remind them that to remind Liverpool that the transfer window is still open. We don't want to hear Gravenberch is not a defensive midfielder. Go and buy a defensive midfielder. After all, Maguire is available now. He just played he played defensive midfield for Manchester City and they won 2-1. So you can pick him up.
Alex, that was so close to being a disaster class, by the way, in terms of rescuing the score.
Again, I think this is a game that has always produced goals. Last season we saw 5 goals. The first game of last season we saw 5 goals, and it's not short of goals. But again, it's Liverpool have considered very early, 5 minutes on the clock, and they considered that goal. Antonio Elanga there, we saw that's a speed star, a perfect replacement for Gordon that was sold. But again, trust me, you might be seeing 2-3 goals in the first half because this game is never short of goals, and that's what you're going to be seeing. So game on for Liverpool.
All right, now it's left to see how Liverpool does a bounce back from concession so early in this game right now, and what has looked like a very positive start. Like I did note, Liverpool were racing towards goal, and it looked like they had the more threatening action right before that breakout. And if you're wondering how Newcastle are going to play after losing majority of their stars over the last 2 to 3 seasons, well, they are showing you a glimpse of what they can still do with the pace of Elanga, William Osula, and of course Harvey Barnes. So those are the men to fill in for Newcastle and to step up for them when it matters. But we would keep you up to date with what the happenings over there at St. James's Park. But first off, we are going to head straight into what we have to do for today. Yes, like I did introduce, it is the transfer show, and right as I was about to get on this seat right here to take over, I saw a done deal that just flashed over. Just call it 15 minutes ago. It is that man, Omar Mamouche, and Tottenham, because Tottenham have reached a verbal agreement with Manchester City to sign Omar Mamouche, as reported by Italian journalist Fabrizio Romano. The deal is at 50 million pounds. Keep in mind that City signed him for somewhere in the north of around 65 from Eintracht Frankfurt. They've just sold Savinho and Mamouche for a combined fee of around 130 million to Tottenham. 130 million pounds to Tottenham. Victor, goodbye. Profit made. What exactly do you find as a victory for Manchester City from this sale?
I think the fact that, yes, they've made a fortune from players that are not first team players just shows that this team knows how to do the business there. Because you look at Savinho, he came in the first few games, he had that glimpses of that potential was seen there, that electric winger, but he didn't just come good. And he just should I say, just it takes me to the fact that there are some players that you feel shouldn't be leaving certain clubs. I could recall the days of Victor Moses playing there for Wigan Athletic, and leaving Wigan Athletic, coming to Chelsea, becoming a loan commodity from one club to the other. And I just feel certain players, maybe just stay where you are valued as a king. and than living to places where you will just be another bit part player. And that is what happened to Savinho, because we watched Savinho during that breakout season of Girona, where at some point people felt Girona was maybe that team that could push for the title.
Yeah.
That's the season where we saw Savinho doing his magic. Then when he came to Manchester City, he just didn't work out. So I feel this is a good move. But another thing is, you look at the crop of players, just as we talked about in the first part, the crop of players we have in Tottenham currently, lots of attacking players, lots of players with flair, lots of players with similar qualities. Because you look at that right wing position, there is Mohamed Kudus in that team. There is I think Dejan Kulusevski is also part of that team. These are similar kind of players. No doubt Kulusevski is barely fit, and Kudus has also been injured for a very long time. Then you look at Savinho. Savinho could go there, maybe make that position his own while the others are away. So I feel it's a good buy for Tottenham, and also a very good move there for Manchester City, because you look at Mamouche came in, they said the Egyptian prince, he came in and he just had those flash those moments where he could come in as a cameo appearance and get you one or two goals, but he was not even near the value of the player he came in to replace. Looking at Julian Alvarez, we are seeing what is actually going on currently as regards Julian Alvarez. He left Manchester City. Now he's that king that the likes of Barca are looking at, the likes of Arsenal are looking at. So I feel Mamouche was nowhere near the level of Julian Alvarez. So, but it's a good one. Getting 130 million for those two players just shows that City know how to do the business, not just the incomings, but also the outgoing. So a good one for Tottenham. But now I think it's time for them to let certain players leave, so they could not get that selection headache, because Mamouche could play from the left, he could play from the middle. Now you have Solanke down the middle, you have Richarlison down the middle, you have Mamouche coming in, and they're also potentially going for Cody Gakpo.
Yeah.
How do they make all these things work? De Gea yesterday did look at this team and said they are not complete. And yes, they are not complete, but how do you, when everybody is back, how do you manage to keep everything going? How do you manage to... we don't want to see cases where Mamouche starts this week. The next week, we are seeing... we are seeing another player starting there. I feel the instruction, the synergy in the team will not be there, because today you are trying this formation with this player, tomorrow you are trying this formation with this other player. So the synergy will just not be there. But let's see how the manager goes about the business. But for Tottenham, I think the board are actually doing their bits. They are making sure that, yes, they don't finish 17th place anymore. And that is why they are splashing out the cash. It is left for the manager now to make sure he catches the attention of the board by getting them not just a good performance, but also time to start getting the results.
Okay, lots of big money switches, but there was this particular one that happened late Friday. You could say breaking into the dawn of a Saturday. It had to do with the involvement of a position where the United fans have been crying out for, yes, for a longest possible time, the concerns of the defensive midfield position. It's none other than Carlos Baleba, because that deal was completed on Friday night. It is a 65 million package with 5 million in easy add-ons. Yes, so that's a total of 70 million, as reports have stated. Now, Baleba, as we do understand, since making or completing that deal on Friday, is said to be on his way to Manchester United to complete his medicals in time for their next Premier League game. Benjamin, Carlos Baleba, it's a very funny story for those who have been following this particular Brighton player, because Manchester United came to knock on the door for him just around last season. Now, Brighton did tell them that it was going to take at least £100 million to prize the star-studded midfielder, as they looked at that time, away from the Amex. But fast forward a year later, they are getting Baleba for 65 million pounds. Benjamin, your thoughts first off on that deal, and secondly on how much of a help Baleba would be to Manchester United given their just concluded game yesterday.
Well, patience is a virtue. Yeah, in as much as United needed that man last season to understudy Casemiro before he left or before he leaves United. United have done their bit in terms of getting their man, but again, they were patient enough, give Casemiro at least a year so that, while he plays his final game or final season, they could actually go in for the man again. They gone for the man, and then they've gotten the man on a cheap. And well, it's going to help them. I was here talking about United defensive midfield issues, and here we go. Just came up, and we've got United have gotten their man. Congratulations to United and Baleba, Carlos Baleba. The man is a very energetic man. Always wants to, do the work more like a young Kante. He wants to cover the ground. He wants to do his job. That's what he's known for. And I knew it's going to help United with Kobe Mino coming in, and playing his beats there. The man is going to, but I'm looking at who would start amongst the both of them, himself and the young Kobe Mino, who gets to start. That's what I'm really skeptical, or I want to know. So, but in all, I see the guy doing a good job. I see him doing a good job. We've seen what he can do at Brighton and Hove Albion. He's not a man that you say he's just coming in from the Premier League. He's just coming to the Premier League. He doesn't really know it. He knows the Premier League very well. He's been there, so he's a top performer in the Premier League for young players. So I just hope that he gets to replicate or do more than what we saw in Brighton that made United, went all out for him.
Okay, now it's left to see exactly how Baleba and Manchester United do fare out. And I thought Liverpool had already clawed themselves back into the game with an equalizer, but Hornishek at the rescue. Yes, the Czech goalkeeper who was just signed newly, stopping that shot by Florian Wirtz, who looks to start his season off early. He must have heard reports, or should I say statements from Benjamin when he called it a do or die season for the man there. It's Virgil van Dijk and Milos Kerkez blast that one way over. But Liverpool so far are looking to find their way back into this game as early or as quickly as possible. Well, if we have to talk about transfers and we talk about fees, we have just seen one of the highest fees that has been paid in this transfer window. It's not particularly the highest, but it's definitely up there, and that is because Ayub Buwadi to Manchester City is a here we go. That deal has been confirmed, a 100 million euros package with add-ons. Buwadi is set to join Manchester City. Well, the speculations were about whether he would join immediately or whether he was going to remain on loan at Lille for the next 6 months and join them during the winter. But as things stand right now, it looks very, very likely the deal has been completed and Buwadi is set to join immediately and not after 6 months. Ayub Buwadi, 100 million euros package. Victor, very, very necessary. A good deal for Manchester City. A replacement, possible replacement for Rodri. We saw Elliot Anderson limping off the pitch today in what looked like an injury. And we've also seen the lack of midfielders. Newcastle are said to be in talks with Manchester City for the possible signing of Nico Gonzalez. So there's every chance that they might even be more depleted. As well as a Tijani Reinders, who made his a debut for Alcatia on Friday. So there have been lots and lots of movements. But at the same time, there's an incoming Ayub Buwadi who impressed at the World Cup. But the fee is 100 million. Is that worrying? Is that a worrying price tag for Manchester City to pay?
First off, I think it's a good buy for Manchester City because you look at the fact that they need that midfield cover, and let's say the outgoing of Rodri in that team, and also the possible outgoing of Nico Gonzalez. We know that Nico Gonzalez came in as a result of a cover for Rodri when the man was injured. And he did his bit. He may not be a Rodri, but he actually gave his all, and he was that. He was also that instrumental part of that City's midfield there. So Ayo Badi, we saw what the man did, especially in that particular game against Brazil there in the World Cup. We saw how he single-handedly stole that midfield from the likes of Bruno Guimaraes and the Casemiro and the rest. He even had the Brazil coach bringing in the likes of Fabinho to rescue the midfield from the claws of the youngster there. So coming into the Premier League at this point is a good one, and I feel the pressure in terms of the money paid would actually be a factor that we will be looking at, because we know how it is here in the Premier League, because City are actually doing the business in terms of outgoing and also incomings. But for Ayo Boadidi, for that fee, I feel is too much. But let's look on the bright side. He's still young, 18-year-old, and he still has lots of years to offer Manchester City. So if he comes good and gives City maybe the next 6 years, the next 7 years, we could look at it and say, oh, it turned out to be a steal. But for the man Tijani Reinders, I could recall when he said season 1 episode 1, and now season 2 episode 2 Saudi. So it just shows that sometimes it's not how we start.
Yeah.
Because we know how he started the very first game against Wolverhampton Wanderers, how the man, I think he got a goal and got an assist in that game.
Yeah, he did.
But it turned out that that game wasn't, he didn't really define his season in Manchester City. But this is a new City, possible rebuild going on. And we might also be seeing Enzo Fernandez, coming to that City also to join up with that midfield. But it's still a good one for City. The rebuild just goes on and on. And for I don't really think Elliot Anderson actually did merit that particular transfer fee, because we've seen the man in the Three Lions shirt. He looks very ordinary for that amount of money. But in this case, who are we to decide for the Premier League teams? Because when a Premier League team wants to patronize another Premier League team, we just see them spending the money like it's nothing. Because we saw years ago, we saw 80 million transfer from Leicester City to Manchester United, and so many will say, oh, it turned out to be something too expensive. We've seen lots of players go for something even lesser that amount. Yesterday, I will always point out the fantastic performance from Sangare yesterday. Sangare was there, and the big teams did not notice, because of, I feel, the tradition in the Premier League. They believe that whatever happens outside the league, let the smaller teams go scout the player. Let them bring him close. Let him do it where they can see him. Then they'll pay the money for him. Because we saw how Brighton replaced Ivis Bissouma with Caicedo. And what is this?
Oh, wow. That looks like,
I don't understand.
It looked like it's scuffle there.
I don't really understand how Newcastle are actually using pace against this Liverpool team, and it's actually working for them.
The midfield is dead.
It's actually working for them, and if Osula
now let me tell you why
to stay on his feet there.
Let me tell you why it's working for Newcastle. Both Liverpool fullbacks have pace. They like attacking, so they always station in man. Newcastle always station in man at very wide. When the fullbacks get to travel, they send the ball to that wide player and they counter. That's how they got their goal, and it's really working for them.
That is, I think, this is one of the main reasons why Liverpool need an out-and-out defensive midfielder, because when these fullbacks tend to travel, you need a player that is defensively minded, trying to join up with the two centre backs to hold something out till they come back. And this is where I feel FSG and everyone are looking at it and maybe keep turning a blind eye. And if the season ends, if the transfer window ends, and we still look at the fact that yes, they still want Ryan Gravenberch to be that defensive midfielder, then I think they are not actually ready, because getting lots of attacking players and getting undone while you're trying to get a goal, it just shows that we might be seeing the Jurgen Klopp season where he had to beat the likes of Norwich 5-4 just to get a win. And these days, the Premier League teams, you don't easily break them down. Especially Newcastle here in the St. James's Park, it's very difficult to break them down. But it's still very early. Let's see how that turns out. But for Manchester City, I think they're actually doing the business properly, but just the inflated prices in terms of the transfers, because who would believe that a certain Yakub Minte with 3 Premier League goals last season Brighton will be looking at him and saying we want 70 million for a player with 3 Premier League goals, a winger with 3 Premier League goals. It just shows you that the Premier League are actually not ready. Look at what Sangare played yesterday, and the man went for under 50 million. I think the price was about 40 million or so. And his counterpart there in the Ligue 1, Lamine Camara, is still very much available there in AS Monaco. And the big teams are not looking at him. But if he comes to maybe Brighton, comes to maybe Brentford, and maybe puts in the numbers, does very well, you will hear cases of 120 million. Caicedo replaced Bissouma. They spent when Brighton went to the market to get Caicedo. No big team went with them. No big team decided to say, "Oh, there's something Brighton is seeing in this player. Why don't we just go get this player?" They let Brighton get the player. He came in, he replaced, and he did a good job. Now we saw Chelsea coming in to get Caicedo, and they went on to Brighton went on to get Baleba. I made a post that day and said, make una look this player wey Brighton wan use replace Caicedo. Before you go know, he go turn out to be something very, very big. And that's what happened. Now that same Baleba is going for 100 million plus. And it just shows you that these small teams know the business they are doing. And they believe in those players. And when they believe in those players, it turns out productively for them. And they do the business. They get the player 15 million, 20 million. The player comes up, they sell the player 120 million, 130 million. And they go on again to scout another player. Look at Zedok Yohana. Lots of big teams have been looking for wingers. No one is looking at the man. Brighton went on, got the man. Alex, I give you 2 to 3 years. The man maybe puts in the numbers. And you will just hear maybe Arsenal will say, oh, we want a cover for Bukayo Saka. They splash out 100 million for Zedok Yohana. Or maybe Liverpool could say, oh, we've been trying the right footer in that right wing position and it's not working. We want Yohana by all means. And they put in 150 million. And that goes on and on. So I think sometimes it's just gone are those days when we just see a big team go out of the blues and get a player. We saw Mo Salah being gotten there from AS Roma. There were no big money spending, Sadio Mane. Those are the kind of players that you just get and their value will just go up because you believe them from their little beginning. So, but for the big teams, they just want the ready-made, and we are seeing what is happening. The money is being Ibrahim Mbaye almost agreed the deal with Bayer Leverkusen for 35 million. Paris Saint-Germain almost agreed a deal 35 million. But when Liverpool went into the race, they called out 70 million because they believe these big teams have the money to pay. So let's not be surprised if City spend 100 million for Boadi, spend 130 million for what's that his name, Elliot Anderson. So it's just the way it is. But let's just enjoy it. Thank God the transfer is still on because we want to see everyone in good shape. We don't want to get excuses.
Okay. The statistics shown on there at St. James's Park between Newcastle and Liverpool. It looks like Kekes has just picked up a booking. That would not be for the foul on Elanga, but more for dissent while walking away from the place of crime, as you would put it. But as it stands right now, it's Newcastle with 2 shots and 1 on target, which is the goal that they do have, and Liverpool with 8 shots and 2 on target. And Newcastle come forward yet again with Harvey Barnes, and he's fouled, he's brought down. They look very, very much like they are on their groove there. the yellow cards are flying.
Yes, why the ref with this many yellow cards? It's a 50-50 game. You've blown a foul, yes. So why the yellow card?
Well, it definitely looks like he came with enough cards to share, enough cards to go around. This time around, it's Jeremy Frimpong on the recipient of that. So, two of Liverpool's back four are already on bookings, and Newcastle have a free kick in a threatening position, but there is no Bruno Guimaraes, the free kick specialist for them. I'll still stick with the news concerning Ayub Buwadi, because that transfer was confirmed to be done about 4 hours ago. But this time around, I'll come over to you, Benjamin, because I noticed that there was this question that Victor did not really want to answer. Is he a Rodri replacement?
You cannot replace players like Rodri. It's like saying you want to replace Sergio Busquets. You can't. You just need to get a player that will do a decent job or something close to what Rodri brings to the table. You know, so I just feel that, in this whole signing, I'm pitying Enzo Maresca. They're giving you what you want. Everything you need. I don't want to say want, need. Because if you don't perform, you get fired. And it's a club like City.
Yeah.
You know, so... yeah, you could say they were patient with a couple of managers after the Arab money came in. They were patient with a couple of managers and all that. But would they be patient with you because the manager that left before you came had lots of success? I know this success wouldn't come immediately, and he will be given time, you know. But again, he's been given everything he needs or everything he wants, if you have to put it that way. I just look at it and I see City are trying to give him that perfect midfield so that the man would forget the likes of what's his name, the Spanish man Rodri. You know, today we saw Maguire playing as a defensive midfielder. Yeah, number 6. If you put it in traditional modern day football, you say number 6. He plays as number 6, and Elliot Henderson having a dead leg, according to the commentator, saying that's a dead leg. You know, nothing really more to fear, but a dead leg. I think they're still looking for that midfield partnership. Mario Kovacic is not a deep line midfielder. He wants to be carrying the ball. He's a ball carrier. He wants to be carrying the ball and all that. So you can't use him for that. But Ayobade coming in, yeah, the man is a defensive midfielder. He could carry the ball, you know, all in one. You know, so he's something close to what Rodri can give you. If Rodri brings 100%, he could give you 60, 70, and that's above average. That's fair, you know. So, and with time, he could likely grow more than that performance, that 70%, and maybe give you more, or maybe he could decline. It depends on how he gets to develop into the league. Remember, he's coming into a new league, right? So I just feel that City are looking for players very close to Rodri. But I don't, if you ask me if you want to say Rodri replacement, I will say no. This is not a Rodri replacement, but a player that will give you close to something. The referee is just dishing out yellow cards.
This time it's to a Newcastle player.
This is 4 yellow cards. 4.
Lewis Miley. I think that was deserved.
Yeah, no, this was
deserved.
So I just feel that this is more or less a replacement. They've had Elliot Anderson looking at to see if he could replace. They're still looking at. They've still brought in Ayo Boadi to see if he can replace. But you can't get like for like Rodri. Just know that you can only get players that could do something close to the man. So for Liverpool, for Man City, they've done their business. Let's hope that the player get to develop better.
Okay, and now left to see if the players do get that development that was needed. But as Victor also mentioned a little bit earlier about the saga involving a certain Gambian, which is Yankuba Minte of Brighton and Hove Albion. Yes, because he did say he was close to completing a move to German outfit Bayer Leverkusen, but that deal fell through and it was not able to be completed. But however, Liverpool have stepped up their pursuit of Yankuba Minte. And now, what is on the table? We do understand from reports from Liverpool to Brighton and Hove Albion is 60 million pounds. Wow. 60 million pounds to sign Yankuba Minte. And when you compare it to what's currently flying around in the transfer market, it does seem like it might be little. But as Victor noted out, the player's stats, the amount of times he played or featured in games for Brighton last season, and the potential ceiling for the Gambian winger. They are all of very, very specific interest right now, and it's been subject to lots and lots of conversations. Well, Liverpool, they submitted a £60 million proposal for Yankuba Minte, but the deal has been rejected. Yes, Brighton have rejected that 60 million bid that was sent out yesterday, but the talks will continue as reports have stated. Now, one thing that is going to be very optimistic for all Liverpool fans out there and for the Liverpool board and staff is that they have agreed personal terms with the Gambian. Yes, Yankuba Minte has said yes to Liverpool's project. So it already looks like it's set to be all but done if they could come to an agreement with Brighton on the price tag. Victor, I know you've poured your heart out already, but that was in a very short period of time. Now I just want to head back to you because clearly you have so much more to say on about that. You have the indication that that is not a deserved transfer fee of 60 million, and of course Liverpool returning back to the table means that they are going to come back with more money to offer for the Gambian. I want to ask you what a fair fee for a player of Yankuba Minte's status would be like, and of course I want to ask you how much does this affect Liverpool still going back into the winger market to get possibly Ibrahim Mbaye or Bradley Bakula?
I think first off, the deal for Yakuba Minte is more of an alternative to Ibrahim Mbaye because I think Fabrizio Romano had already been stating it that Liverpool are not looking at Minte as a possible replacement for the deal for Bakula, but more like an addition.
Yeah.
And I think he's more of an alternative to Mbaye. And for the price tag, I think it just brings us to the fact that I already stated it though, the fact that the Premier League top guns do prefer those in the Premier League, people that are already Premier League proven, and that is one of the reasons because I don't really understand the fact that Ibrahim Mbaye, though a right footer playing as a right winger, and I don't understand the reason why they will not want to pay 70 million for Ibrahim Mbaye. That some could say he has more pedigree. Some could say he has more pedigree than Yakuba Minte because he is a Champions League winner, a two-time Champions League winner, and wins his league. But you could also look at the fact that where does he play? And another record is the fact that yes, he is one of the youngest goal scorers in the World Cup, youngest African goal scorers in the World Cup, and it just shows that okay. Mbaye could be a better option, but Liverpool are looking at it. Minte has the luxury of being in the Premier League. He has played in the Premier League. He has understood. So the bedding process will not be that difficult because this is a man that plays Premier League and he dominates games. He might not get those numbers. He might not put in those goals because in terms of goals and assists, I think last season he didn't even get up to double figures. And that's just the reason why I feel Liverpool are willing to even put in the second bid because I think the first bid was 50 million rejected. The second bid, 60 million. But we've not even had a bid for Ibrahim Mbaye. So I feel it is not a case of a substitute for Bakula, but more of a substitute for Mbaye. And another factor we should be looking at is the fact that Minte is left-footed. And with the crop of attacking players Liverpool do have, they are all right-footed players. You look at Florian Wirtz, Isaac, Ekitike, Gakpo, Ngumoa. We are seeing Ngumoa playing from the right wing position as a right footer, and we know how that looks to you could say it looks too predictable. You just know that what he's going to do is drive to the byline and make a cross. But having a left footer, you know, he could cut in, he could cut in to shoot, or he could decide to maybe try on his right foot and see how things goes. So, but for Liverpool, I want to believe that they do see something in Minte. But if I want to handpick, I could go for the Ibrahim Mbaye because Minte will be out the October or so. Signing a player that is injured already, I think is a red flag for me because we need fit players. Liverpool already have Hugo Ekitike out till possibly next year, and you're getting in another player that is injured. They also have the likes of Bradley, Conor Bradley, injured, and the likes of Stefan Bayetic injured. Giovanni Leone is also injured. So I don't think they should be adding to the injury list. They should be looking at getting players that can start games. Ibrahim Mbaye is still very much young, though I feel he will just be maybe another Ngumoa using his right foot from that place. But we know that he has been playing primarily for Paris Saint-Germain as a right winger. So, but for that 70 million, I do not think that Jakub Minte is up to 70 million currently because of what he has done so far. He didn't actually steal the headlines last season that you could say, okay, we saw 130 million for Elliot Anderson because he stole the headlines because of how he played fantastic football last season. But for Minte, I think Minte was just in and around there. He was just doing the basics for Brighton, and doing the basic there for Brighton, you don't have any problem. We don't have business calling out Minte. There was coming to Liverpool and doing that basics here in Liverpool and getting maybe 3 goals in 35 Premier League games. Then we could say no, that's actually on a flop level. We saw Darwin Núñez. He wasn't, in terms of the numbers, it wasn't that bad. But if you ask any average football fan, he will tell you that Darwin Núñez was a flop in Liverpool. So if we could consider that to be a flop, then we should be looking at Minte not being up to 70 million. I could say the best case scenario for Jakub Minte could be for the fact that, yes, Liverpool wants to replace their winger, Mohamed Salah, then you could get Jakub Minte for like at most 50 million. So I don't even see the reason of the 60 million in the first place. This man is injured till the next 2 to 3 months. So why splash out that cash? Just look, there are players. I saw a news today of Dastro Osorio. I think Osorio, the man is a right winger. I'm trying to recall the exact club. But the coveted fee is 17 million.
Yeah, that's Dario Osorio.
I think it's in the it's in the Ukrainian league also. I can't remember.
So you see, I want to get unknown players that will just come, that the media don't even know, and the pressure will not be on them. Getting those players, let those players come in. That's why I love the deal for Victor Munoz, because nobody knows this man. We just know that, oh, Liverpool completed a transfer, and we had to go to the social media to start to look for things that could give us flashes of what the man can do. And so I need deals. Deals like that are deals that we need, because there will be no pressure on this player, because the player just knows that I just come here, I do the business that I get paid for. Not the one that before you come into the game, you've already done lots of interviews. They're asking you if the price tag will be a pressure on you. And even if it be no one be pressure, it go turn be pressure. So I think for Jakub Minte, if Liverpool goes beyond the 60 million, goes to 70 million, then we could be having kids. You look at Virgil van Dijk. The man came in for 75 million. And you're getting Jakub Minte for 70 million.
Yeah.
And you look at Salah. When Salah came to Liverpool, he had 15 goals, 15 assists in AS Roma. And the man came in for 34 or 35 million? 35 million. If a player could get 15 goals, 15 assists in a season, and he's a mainstay in that team, then you're getting him for 35. I know the errors are not the same, but let's understand certain things. this is he would not be an undisputed starter in Liverpool, irrespective of the fact that yes, he's the only left-footed if he comes in, but he will not be an undisputed starter because Liverpool will look at it. We have lots of players. They could drag Dominic Szoboszlai to play as a right winger there and be bringing in crosses because he has those things in his leg. He can actually put in those crosses. So these are all, certain factors. There are players that could come in as a backup. We could understand for Bradley Barcola because they're looking at Barcola. I feel Barcola is more like a replacement for Luis Diaz that left, an out-and-out left winger, because Barcola will not be used in the right wing position. So if they're going to pay 120, 130 million for Bradley Barcola, then they shouldn't be going close to 70 million for Minte when they have lots of things to do. Gerrard did say that Liverpool are actually ignoring the factors that let them down last season. And that is getting a defensive midfielder, getting a proper right back. No disrespect to what Jeremy Frimpong is doing, but let's tell ourselves the truth. He's not. The club also said it that Frimpong was gotten not as a starter for the right back position, but more like a utility player for the right back and also the right wing position. So he could do a job in the right wing position. Maybe just do more of an Adama Traore. Keep on running and all that. But this is not Bournemouth. This is not Brighton. This is not Wolves where you send wingers to just keep on running. Liverpool will not be playing those boom, 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 and you run. So this is a team where you need to calm down and hit the ball. I watched the Real Madrid game yesterday and I saw a player that should have been leading the charge for this team, the next generation Liverpool team, sitting on the bench and getting in the 80th minute. And I asked myself, what is greener over there that you are going to look for? I know players do have their ambitions, but you were there, you were here in Liverpool, you won everything. Why not lead? You were the vice captain of this team. Why not lead the charge? Because I saw Arnold. I wanted Arnold to come into that game because there were passes I needed the likes of Kylian Mbappe to get onto. Arnold came in, and the very first thing he did was one pass. Though there was a misplaced pass trying to switch play, and the cameras started turning, and the commentators were talking about the fact that the man is bereft of confidence. But this is a man that, if he was in this Liverpool team, then we would have seen Isak maybe get a shot on target, because we know how he can pick those passes that even the midfielders cannot see. So I feel they should be getting a proper right back. Let Jeremy Frimpong just be another option, but not the proper right back. If Conor Bradley cannot stay fit, let the man leave. You don't just put the money into the attackers and all that, splashing the money into the attackers when the defense is not there. So giving 70 million to Brighton for Jakub Minte, I feel is a no-no for me.
Okay. Oh, it's definitely left to see exactly how that transfer speculation is going to go, and if Liverpool does land the man Yankuba Minte, the Gambian, over there and succeed in bringing him to Anfield. But right now at St. James's Park, the subject of discussion has to be Liverpool, as they have gone into halftime trailing to Newcastle by a goal. So 45 minutes to set things right, 45 minutes to potentially or possibly still walk away with all 3 points, or a chance to make sure you stay unbeaten on the opening day. Well, I will give you the happenings that's around Europe as it stands right now. The games that have been concluded in the English Premier League: Brighton defeating Aston Villa by 4-0. City with 2 late goals to beat Bournemouth by 2-1. Newcastle, as I did report at halftime, leading Liverpool by 1-0. Over there in La Liga, it's Atletico Madrid versus Villarreal in the second half, the 56th minute to be precise. That game is goalless. Later on by 6:30, it's going to be Getafe at home to a Racing Club, and by 8:30, the champions of La Liga make their return. It is going to be Barcelona away to Elche. Over there in the Serie A, it's Frosinone taking on Juventus, newly promoted side, taking on Juventus in about 9 minutes time. Still there on same time is going to be Venezia taking on Lecce, another newly promoted side taking on Lecce by 7:45 for both games respectively. It's going to be Atalanta at home to Sassuolo and Torino at home to AC Milan. And over there in the Ligue 1, it's Lille, who were 2-0 victors over Angers in that 2 p.m. kickoff. And right now, as it stands, Monaco is leading Le Havre. That game has just returned from halftime. It's second half, the 46th minute by a 0-0. And by 7:45, the guys who lost out on that Super Copa de France is Paris Saint-Germain, but they are still the champions from last season, and they would be opening their Ligue 1 season by playing away to Stade Rennais. So, of course, we'll keep our eyes on the games as they are happening as it stands, and we'll update you on anyone that does get the ball at the back of the net. Now, this is another very, very interesting speculation right now, because reports did say just around 24 hours ago that Arsenal, they made contact with Atletico Madrid to discuss Julian Alvarez deal conditions. The direct meetings took place in London with Atleti director Matteo Alemany, and the price was deemed as too high, and Julian Alvarez never really opened the doors to England so far, as he only wanted to join Barcelona, but Arsenal tried. It said that Arsenal are still sniffing around to see the conditions. Benjamin, I'd like to remind you of this particular transfer that was said to, it is impossible, it is not going to happen. And right before deadline day, Alexander Isak moved on a 130 million move to Liverpool. That deal was said to not be possible. But we sat here and we spoke about the implications of keeping an unhappy player at the club, how he's going to be able to perform with his teammates, and of course still be able to meet the fans' expectations. Now, it's an almost similar deal here, but the player has one preference, being to move or to still stay in Spain and to join Spanish giants Barcelona instead. But Arsenal are sniffing around. It's been a huge saga. He's been a talk on the lips of everyone. And the man Julian Alvarez is currently on the bench in this game that is live. Atletico Madrid versus, oh wow, what a goal. What a goal. I was just about to tell you it's still goalless, but Atletico Madrid have taken the lead. Is that Johnny Cardoso? That was a beautiful strike. The Villarreal goalkeeper could get nowhere behind it. That's Atletico Madrid. I think the score correction there is wrong. It has just been changed. Atletico Madrid have taken the lead. Is that Cardoso? That is Mark Pubil, a centre back with that striking range and the ability to hit the ball that hard. It's 1-0 to Atletico Madrid in the 59th minute. First off, Benjamin, what a goal.
Yeah, what a goal. They were Atletico Madrid were actually sniffing around the goalpost of Villarreal there, the Yellow Submarines as they are fondly called. They've been sniffing around, lots of attacking. That goal actually came from nowhere. The ball was almost going out when it was stolen. And then Atletico Madrid exchanged few lovely passes, and what a goal from his left boot. The man called it from his left boot into the top corner of the left-hand side of the post. And
is this the one they call Golazo?
1-0. I think you can make of it what you want, but one thing is certain: Diego Simeone is a happy man currently.
All right, it's been a very, very happy opening two games so far, because they are yet to concede a goal, and right now, as it stands, they are looking to go 6 points and picking up all possible points on the table. What a start that would be to their La Liga campaign, along with the signings that they have made. Men in splendor. Yes, I did watch their last game, that 2-0 victory over Malaga, and the man who was at the heart of it all was Kang In Lee, their transfer from Paris Saint-Germain. There is also a Morten Hjormand, who has not looked out of place in that midfield since signing from Sporting. Yes, the Danish superstar midfielder, as long as World Cup winners Alejandro Baena too making his return. Ademola Lookman still leading the lines in the absence of certain Julian Alvarez and Solot. Alvarez is on the bench. Benjamin, back to you. What do you make of that whole Alvarez situation? Does he stay 8 days to go till the transfer window is closed? Does he stay, Does he leave? That's another one. And two, is there any possible chance that Arsenal could potentially still land the Argentine since they are still sniffing around that deal?
I don't think Arsenal will land the man. First, the money is too much. Yeah, it's not as though Arsenal does not have that money, but Arsenal currently wouldn't cover that money. Yeah, 200 million or 150 is too much for Arsenal to afford at this point in time. With all due respect, they've got the money, but it's not something feasible at this point in time. You know, yeah. So I just feel that for Julian Alvarez, I think the man will still be a what's it called, an Atletico de Madrid player, because they made their stand. You are not going to Barcelona. And if you look at the way Atleti are playing, they want to win the league.
Yeah.
It's a priority this season. They want to win the league, and you cannot win the league by selling your players, your best players, to your closest rival. You know, I think that's a penalty. That's a penalty. Or offside. Count
Probably
your stars.
would have been looked at. Yeah.
Count your stars. Lucky. That should have been a penalty, but it can't. Let's see if that's a penalty.
Yeah, he is
yes,
offside.
Offside. So, good one for Villarreal. They should count their stars. Meanwhile, I feel if you want to win the league, you don't need to start selling your best players to your rival. So, for Atletico Madrid, they've made their stand known to the man. Hey, if you want to leave, we are not standing in your way, but you're not going to Barcelona. And the man is saying, I want to go to Barcelona. And the club legend, what's his name now? The former French international, Antoine Griezmann.
Yeah.
I've told him, see, don't force your way to Barcelona. I have done it before. It didn't work
It
out.
didn't end well.
I'm a living testimony. Don't do that. So I just feel that transfer will not see light of the day. If he wants to be leaving, the man he should be leaving to a different team or outside the La Liga. But the man has said, I don't want to go to England right now because I'm just coming back from England. Or I'm just coming from England.
I think that has been awarded as a penalty.
They've done
for
it before.
Villarreal.
They've done it before. Was a missed. The referee overlooked
it the first
done
one.
it again. So I think that is stupid defending, shambolic defending. If you want to go far in the tournament, you want to win the league, you don't have to defend that way, and that's a primary school error. You don't, when the defender, you don't let the attacker get to your wrong side, and once the attacker gets to your wrong side, all you need to do is try as much as possible to guide him not to take that shot or move. But going to bring him that, I don't think this is a penalty. From this angle,
Morten Hillman does lose the ball in a vulnerable position, and I think he stops.
That's not a penalty. It's not a penalty.
He looks like he stops Vega from making any sort of contact with the ball to get in a striking position.
If the VRO gets to look at it, I don't think that's going to be a penalty. It's not going to be a penalty, but from the other angle, from this angle that we've seen, it's not going to be a penalty. But I don't think the VAR has checked it. It's a penalty to Villarreal, and but I think that penalty will be taken by. Okay, he's gone out of there. I thought it was going to be Pepe Boy.
Gerard Moreno.
Pepe Moreno is there. Let's see if the goal is going to. The ball is going to go. The man has played three. In the last three penalties, he has scored all. 80% conversion rate. So it's a possibility that the man is going to get that done. But again, back to what we were saying, I think Atletico Madrid have made their stance, but you don't keep a player that is not happy. If Barcelona want to get the man, they need to make an offer that Atletico will not reject. But for me, I don't see that they're going through this summer.
Okay, now we are going to keep our eyes on that one and the happenings of everything alongside the transfer market, everything that is going to happen or that is set to happen. He has equalized for Villarreal less than 4 minutes after going behind, or should we say around 5 minutes after going behind. At the 65th minute, he strikes back from that beautiful Mark Pubil's go-ahead goal. It is a Villarreal with the equalizer there. Gerard Moreno slots it coolly and calmly past Jan Oblak, the Slovenian, and nowhere near that penalty taken by the expert. As Benjamin did point out, his last three penalties all very successfully put away. I was just looking at the replay of the foul, and I did have to say that yes, so Morten Holman did look like he impeded the striker's ability, which is Tajon Buchanan, his ability to move or progress that ball any further. It looked by all means. But here is the man of the moment. Julian Alvarez, he has come onto the pitch. He wears a new look with the facial hair and the extension. And there's also a quick shot of Matthew Alemany up there in the stands, which is the Atletico Madrid director, sporting director. But Julian Alvarez is on. It's 1 goal all Atletico Madrid Villarreal, and it's 24 minutes still to play. Lots double substitution over there by Simeone on the touchline. He must have seen something he's not happy with, so it's 1-1 there, and Julian Alvarez has just stepped onto the pitch as an Atletico Madrid player this season. Benjamin, how key is that this particular moment in ensuring that you keep Julian Alvarez at the club no matter how much protest or movements he tries to make to force his way through?
I think you have to come to a roundtable agreement. You just stay. Maybe next season. We are not in the ambition of winning the league, so just stay next season. We'll look for a way to sell you. But remember, this man does not have a buyout clause. That's the advantage that Atleti are having. So maybe they could force him to sign a new deal, put a buyout clause, and then he leaves next season. That's one of the ways to calm this down, if not the man. But I believe he's a professional, so he'll still be going about doing his job the best of his ability, and hopefully he gets to do that at next season. Barcelona comes. That's the man. You could see the way he's fighting for every ball. Shows that he's a professional. So I just feel that, maybe they'll come to a common ground. Next season he might be leaving, but or maybe January. But this season I don't think the man might be leaving. Just come to a common ground, sign a new deal, or maybe if Barcelona comes by January or next season, we'll be selling you. But right now, we are not in the ambition of winning the league, so let's just see how we go through this the smooth way, and you don't get to leave with a bad record or bad what's it called, bad way of living. Just keep calm. You're still loved here. The fans could be part of those that could change his mind, so I just feel that. But for me, I think that he's not going to be leaving this season.
Okay. Whether Julian Alvarez stays or leaves is of very, very particular concern over there. As I did tell you, it's 1-1 after that Gerard Moreno penalty. Liverpool have just returned from halftime. They've won a corner inside 28 seconds. It's Cody Gakpo on the right trying to pull strings and to make something happen. Sticking with us on the transfer special, yes, because we still are going to give you the debrief of everything that's happening around, what's happening with your favorite clubs. We'll just run you through some transfers as they are happening at the moment. Now, one of the first ones right now is that Leon Goretzka transfer, because Leon Goretzka has been confirmed. Here we go as Newcastle break out on yet another counter attack. It's looking like 3-on-3 at the moment. Liverpool covers as quickly as possible. Okay, and that chance goes to naught. End-to-end starts to the second half inside just the opening, call it 80, 90 seconds so far. But like I did mention, Leon Goretzka to Aston Villa, it's a here we go. Now, the verbal agreement in place with the German midfielder after a direct call with Unai Emery. The verbal green light to Aston Villa project with club planning for medical and for signature this upcoming week. So it's a here we go. The German midfielder has made a switch from German outfit Bayern Munchen and has moved to Leon. Leon Goretzka has moved to Aston Villa. Victor, given that result that we just saw, 4-0. It was 4-0 inside 28 minutes, and it's any wonder why that scoreline was not increased, especially after going down to 10 men with John McGinn sent off still in the first half. But 4-0 it is. How key is this transfer for Aston Villa, particularly when you think of the fact that this is a club that is supposed to be competing in the Champions League this season?
I actually don't know why the scoreline actually didn't go, because I was expecting more goals. I was expecting Brighton to maybe add maybe 5 to like 7 goals because we understand that they were leading 4-0 already before the red card, and it shows the domination before. Because when I saw the red card, when I saw the scoreline, I actually checked for a possible red card. Maybe there was a red card. Then I saw the red card. Then I looked at when the red card happened and the goals. It just didn't.
It didn't match.
Yeah, it didn't match. Then the next thing, I was still hearing the scoreline still 4-0, and I just felt maybe Brighton took their foot off the gas and decided to like save energy because the season is just starting. Let's just reserve it when we will need it. So, but for Aston Villa, we saw something like this last season when they started the season very poorly, and sometimes the other sometime during the season they picked up and even went on to win something, and it shows that Unai Emery will always be Unai Emery. There will be times when he will just have that that bad run, but he is still a top coach and he knows that. But for Brighton,
that guy,
he looked like a good buy at that time.
The guy's a busybody.
The thing with Keke is I feel he's just too aggressive that sometimes he forgets to just do the basic. You know, when you play that time when we were young, you as a kid, you're playing football with a more experienced person, and when they give you the ball, all you want to do is go and score. You just start running. They say, "Oh, God, no be so they play football." You go just put eye for ground, they run. That is what Keke does. Someone is close to you, pass the ball. The man just wants to keep on running. Before you go run, go hit something.
Gravenberch is injured.
So I think this is a good for me. I feel this
Good
is
news.
This is a good news.
But they'll still bring him
For
McAllister.
Ryan Gravenberch getting it. I even wish he should get injured currently because
He's injured.
That's a little bit harsh, don't you think?
No. See, Alex, I want the good of teams. Now we are starting the league because I don't want to hear excuses. I want the league to be very competitive. I don't want a situation where we leave the league to just one person. I said it when we were talking about the Manchester United game. Liverpool needs an out-and-out defensive midfielder, but they tend to ignore that because somehow, and a slot made Gravenberch to be that defensive midfielder that won the Young Player of the Season. In the season, Liverpool won the league under his tenure, and I think that made FSG to feel, oh, something could actually come out from Gravenberch being a defensive midfielder, but they are actually making this man not to show his full potential. This man is one of the best in carrying this ball. Let him carry this ball. A defensive midfielder wins the ball, picks the pass. Gravenberch wins the ball, moves with the ball. And when he moves with the ball, if he loses that ball, what you see is that space he leaves will be occupied by the opponent. And in a counter-attack situation, they get on to concede a goal. And that is what we saw in the first half. A defensive midfielder knows that whatever he does, when he wins the ball, he maintains his position. If Trey Nyoni is in this game, you know that when he wins the ball,
he's going to move with the ball.
He will move with the ball, but he understands that his first duty is stay put in the number 6 position. And that is what I feel, that positional awareness is what Gravenberch does not have. Not his own doing, but the fact that this man is a box-to-box midfielder. Sometimes you could bring him in to play in that position, but let him not be the primary defensive midfielder in that team. Because you want to compete with the top teams for laurels. What you need is get everything right. I don't want to see a situation where a right winger is playing as a fullback, or the last season we saw the best midfielder in the team playing as a fullback, Dominic Szoboszlai playing as a fullback, and I feel this is just uncalled for. So let's get everything straight so that we will enjoy the league. Not a case where we're already complaining. Yesterday we saw yesterday United fans were complaining that Patrick Dorgu starting as a left winger is actually preposterous, and that's the truth. You had Marcus Rashford on the bench. You also had another player on the bench as options, and he just goes on to beg. What does this coaches see that we the fans are seeing and saying, "Oh, you're supposed to do this thing like this. If in a game I play, I will put this player like this, and I believe it will work out." Then why is this coach doing something different? We know that the problem of Liverpool is currently no replacement for Fabinho that left. Why are the coaches slots came in? He didn't see that. There's a reason why Liverpool went for Zubimendi, and the man decided to stay put at Real Sociedad before leaving to Arsenal. There's a reason why they were ready to pay 100 million for Caicedo before he chose Chelsea. Now, why is that reason being overlooked? When there is money to pay for Florian Wirtz and Alexander Isak, is there no money to get a defensive midfielder? Even if it's an unknown defensive midfielder that understands that his first duties is just defend. Keep on winning the ball. Your own is when we lose the ball, win the ball. I don't care how you do it. More like a Mascherano. We don't care how you do it. Just make sure you win the ball. We had Steven Gerrard. We had Xabi Alonso. We didn't have a case of Xabi Alonso being a defensive midfielder. It's just like telling Szoboszlai now to go and play as a defensive midfielder. Gerrard, Alonso, these were box-to-box players. At some point, Gerrard could play as a defensive midfielder, but those were not his primary duties. So there's a reason why they had Lucas Leiva in that team. They had Mascherano in that team. So let's get more like a demon destroyer in the midfield that knows that his main work.
And Liverpool have scored. They have equalized. It's a 1-1.
Pastor
That
Gakpo
shot
has
over
scored,
there by Cody Gakpo. It is Liverpool there. And reports also reaching me is that Villarreal have taken the lead over there against Atletico. I don't know why they jump. They've taken the lead against Atletico Madrid by 2-1. It is Georgios Mikotadze with the second penalty of the game. After Gerard Moreno equalized with a penalty, Mikotadze has given them the go-ahead goal with a penalty. Not just that, Atletico Madrid have been reduced to 10 men. Robin Lenormand has been sent off for a last-man professional foul after he grabbed Molero. And Mikotadze converts from the spot, sending Oblak the wrong way for the second time. It's Villarreal 2. But with the match to report is that Cody Gakpo has equalized for Liverpool. That game is 1-1 at St. James's Park, and there are still tons and tons of minutes to play. Victor, wait, first off, what is going on?
let me talk something. Let me just say something about Atletico Madrid. We were here last season when we said this is high time. Diego Simeone, is he hanging boots? I've been hanging that is black
bows
suit.
out.
Let him hang that black suit and leave that team because I feel every season we want something different. See, if not the players, but the fans want something different. The fans want to see a new challenge. We want to see a different kind of football. Are they not tired of the Diego Simeone kind of football? I'm not saying he plays badly, but the fact that
he plays badly.
Don't sugarcoat it.
The fact that Atletico Madrid have one. See, if that Atletico Madrid is in the Premier League, they won't play badly the way the likes of Tottenham are playing. They will do better than Tottenham. They will do better than even Aston Villa. Because of the crop of players they have in this team. These are one of the best players they have there. Diego Simeone have seen one of the best set of players. There was a time we had Lema. Thomas Lemar,
yeah,
from Monaco, one of the best attacking midfielders. But when that man came to Atletico Madrid, he turned into a prime defender. So
prime Antoine Griezmann. He had the guy has got stars, but
he had Joao Felix in that team.
Yes,
he had at some point he had Fernando Torres, he had Luis Suarez still in this same team, and you just ask, what is he doing? What is he doing with this kind of attacking players that something is not coming out? You don't see them dominating game and getting the results that we want them to get. You just see them
goal. Oh wow! Newcastle have just raised. What a run by Yohan Wissa!
Why don't you bring him down in the midfield?
What a run by Yohan Wissa!
Why don't you bring him down in the midfield? That's the problem. We are saying that there is no proper
defensive
midfielder. See, these two goals. Did he just travel there?
These 2 goals were avoidable if there was a defensive midfielder. See, Wataru Endo in that defensive midfield would have fouled that player right from the midfield there because he knows his first instinct is defend. And that is what a defensive midfielder gives you. Gravenberch will escort him because his first duties is how do I position myself properly that when the ball is being won, I move immediately with the ball.
Now, what Gavin bench position? He lost the ball there. He was still tracking back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You cannot bring him down. Yaket could have brought him down. He's not on yellow card. I will understand with Frimpong, yellow card.
That was really
I think Yaket is actually far. Look at Yaket was tracking back. I think
it's the players who are close enough to him to bring him down.
It was a case of Virgil van Dijk. Instead of showing him his back.
No, Virgil was. There were two Newcastle players. Virgil had to shadow mark this one in case the ball was coming here. Now, 3 other players were moving towards where the players were. Wizard was going to. Why didn't you bring him down? So this is common sense. There's no defensive midfielder in the team.
All right, now it's 2-1 to Newcastle. Less than how many minutes exactly was that? Cody Gakpo's equalizer for Liverpool that looked to set them alight, because after then they had a series of shots, one by Ryan Gravenberch, another one very scuffed by Cody Gakpo, but nothing really seemed to come to play there. But instead, it is Newcastle who raced forward, as you did hear the guy is talking about someone to bring Yohan Wissa down. Yohan Wissa raced all the way from inside his own half. No one stopping him on his pace and on his high horse to set up Joe Willock, who just came off the bench, and he cut inside Jeremy Jacquet to slot it in at the far post. It's 2-1 to Newcastle United against Liverpool, but the game is lighting up right now. As I did mention, it was end-to-end in seconds after resumption. And right now, Liverpool come forward. That looked like there was a protest for a hand, but the play has gone on right now. Liverpool progressing even further. It's Cody Gakpo who is returning, takes a shot from range, and that is going way over. All right, it's time to hear from you as regards the latest that we have discussed in the transfer special. I've seen a couple of messages, and I am going to call out the phone lines to have you talk to us just before we get to run out of the studio and call it a wrap on the weekend edition. Yes, it has been close to 10 hours of talking non-stop sports. 5 on Saturday and 5 yet again today. But just before we do that, I'll quickly run you through the latest that is happening. So if your club is mentioned, you can raise your hand and say present. Well, first of all, Inter manager Christian Kivu had this to say in the conference, where he said Lautaro Martinez is our captain and we will keep him with us. I think he'll stay here for a very long time. This is in response to Lautaro's speculated move to FC Barcelona. Yes. Now, Shakhtar Donetsk, I will tell you this because it's not just about player transfers, but a team transferring too. Because Shakhtar Donetsk are supposed to play in the Champions League, but their home games are authorized to take place at Stamford Bridge. Yes, Shakhtar Donetsk will play their home games at Stamford Bridge this season. We also did tell you that Curtis Jones has joined Inter Milan on a 30 plus 5 million add-ons deal from Liverpool. So Curtis Jones has been pictured. He's a Liverpool player. Now Bournemouth have agreed a loan deal to sign Michel Di Gregorio from Juventus, and Juventus are also advancing in talks to sign Camille Grabara as backup goalkeeper from Wolfsburg. Now Chelsea are not negotiating any exit for Jamie Bino Gittins on loan. If he is to leave, he must leave on a transfer, not a loan deal. No chance. RB Leipzig remain favourites to sign Christopher Nkunku as the striker wants to return to Germany. Now, Ismail Assar was out of Crystal Palace squad as they lost 2-0 to Everton as he has agreed personal terms with Galatasaray and wants to join the Turkish club. Ibrahim Mbaye is out of Paris Saint-Germain squad, and guess who? His teammate Bradley Barcola is also out of Paris Saint-Germain squad to play Stade Rennais in just about a couple hours. Kenan Yildiz has seen the doors closed to any possible exits, as reported by his manager Spalletti. Besiktas have submitted a bid to Newcastle for Joe Willock, and Alejandro Balde's agent is working on a last-minute exit for the club. Balde is not pushing to leave. Decision is in the club's hands. Giuliano Simeone has also equalized for Atletico Madrid. That game is 2-2. with a man down. So impressive efforts for Victor, who cares about the game a whole lot. Let's have you talk to us. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Call in and share your thoughts with all that we have talked about when it regards transfers and the latest happenings. And Munoz, did I just see a redhead Munoz walk into the pitch right there? Yes, he has walked in for Liverpool. He has come onto the pitch, his Premier League, to make his Premier League debut for the Reds, still trailing Newcastle in the 63rd minute. Florian Wirtz is the man to be taken off. 0810-9510-951. And for the SMS and WhatsApp portals, it doubles at 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. All right, I will head straight to the WhatsApp portal. This one, Ernest from Woji. He says, Liverpool, City, and Manchester United are not ready for the new season. Their team is making me laugh. Liverpool better hurry up and sign Bradley Barcola. Given the current result and how they've played, how they've shaped up in this game, is Barcola a must get? Victor?
Yes, I would say that yes, Barcola is a must get because
the addition of a wide man.
Yes, I feel that threat from the wing, the left wing position. We saw flashes of that last season when Rion Guma played in the left wing position. I think most of the games he played in the Premier League, he was the man of the match in those games. But today he's starting from the right wing, and I think that's not his favored position. And it was as if he didn't play this game, because we've not seen those threats, we've not seen his trickery down there. And I feel this is the more reason why Liverpool does need a left-footed winger that comes into the right wing position, because we don't want to see cases of Rion Guma playing the entire season as a right winger, because that will hamper his growth. Because it will diminish more of the threat he brings down the left. We want to see Barcola coming in from that left wing position, because we know what the man can actually bring in for this team.
That was a close one. But Honishek grabs onto that one as that free kick was from Dominic Szoboszlai. Van Dijk looked to be on the edge of it. Could not attack it better.
Yes, he should have done more. It's just that he did that casually. So
okay.
So I feel for Liverpool, Barcola is actually a must buy, or let's say a left winger is actually a must buy, even if it's not Bradley Barcola. But just get a left winger that adds that threat down the left wing. Cody Gakpo has gotten the goal, but the thing is, what does he do most of the game when he's
he drove forward but was unable to convert that chance.
I wanted to break that ball and shoot. Why don't you pass the ball?
Yeah, I'll cut you short right there, because we do have to go on this commercial, and when we do return, we are going to have more from it.
Have you ever heard of dental tourism? It's the idea of traveling to another city to receive quality dental care while enjoying everything that destination has to offer. Around the world, millions of people travel every year for healthcare. Today, African cities are beginning to write their own stories. Port Harcourt is one of those cities, known for its warm hospitality, vibrant business environment, quality hotels, exciting cuisine, and welcoming people. It's becoming a destination where visitors can combine business, leisure, and healthcare.
Confidence naturally.
A healthy smile is more than just an appearance. It brings you confidence, comfort, and allows you to enjoy life's moments without a second thought. Whether you're in Port Harcourt for a work, conference, family, or simply to explore the city, taking time to care for your smile can be part of your journey.
Designed for you. From city lights to clinicals. Yeah,
As you enjoy this music, remember, every journey tells a story, and one of the best souvenirs you can take home is a confident, healthy smile. This is a unique presentation on dental tourism, sponsored by Stream Dental Clinic Port Harcourt. Every trip must begin with a smile. For more information on the Stream Dental Tourism Package, visit www.streamdental.ng. Enjoy the music and thank you for tuning in.
Today, hotel welcome waiting nearby. Peace of mind while the city shines. Premium living, rest and restore. Smart transformation and something more. From your first step to your journey home. Stream Dental, never walk alone. Warm light shining after the flight. Water code glowing through the night. Travel easy, feel the care. Confidence rising everywhere.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, that's as much as we can take when it has to do with the marathon edition. I did promise you that I was going to make a return, and I have. Well, this last message from Imadan in Uyo says, who are those on the bench for Liverpool? Is trying to inquire about who is on the bench for Liverpool. Alexis McAllister and Victor Munoz have come off the bench for Liverpool, still trailing Newcastle United by 2-1. There's Georgi Malmadashvili, Kostas Simikas, Ronald Araujo, Wataru Endo, Trey Nyoni, James McConnell and Luis Kumas on the bench for Liverpool. As I did say, that's as much as we can take. Thank you for staying with us through 10 very beautiful hours of discussing sports on the marathon edition of today's Sports Live. I remain Kabari Alexander. I did the show with Benjamin Mina and with Victor Israel. The news update at 6 comes up next. But in the meantime, do stay blessed, stay lifted, and don't